as a clause in the governance agreement between the citizenry and government, have stopped shy of enforcing them. We are gathered here this afternoon to explore ways that will ensure that the citizens take benefit of these rights and they do not remain on paper. It is on this note that I do not only have the pleasure, but I also have the singular honor of welcoming you most heartily to this August gathering, believing that at the end of our stay here, we will have sufficiently motivated those concerned to ensure that they do that which is right, and the society becomes what it truly is. Our welcome is big enough to encompass you all. And so I say welcome and enjoy your stay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve Abba, for your welcome address. Next, I'd like to bring up the Chairman, NBA Section on Public Interest and Development Law, Dr. Monday Ubani, for his welcome address.
Thank you, DMC. You have established a very long protocol, and I think it is important that I abide by it, but that will not stop me from mentioning Milord, the chairman of this great occasion. It took us so much trouble to really beg her to be here because she was not originally penciled down as a chairperson. Thank you, Milord, for all the trouble you took in order to be here. We appreciate you. Also, the honorable member of the House chairman, and then all the learned senior advocates of Nigeria that are here. The CGO of Abia, he came in here yesterday. Milord, thank you for coming. And of course, I want to recognize also the immediate chairman of SPIDEL, and that is Professor Paul Ananaba. You are welcome. Thank you. I want to say that it is with excitement that I welcome everybody to this auspicious town hall meeting, first of its kind under the present leadership of SPIDEL. What is this all about on a Monday? First and foremost, it was not easy to assemble these great minds to talk about the very essence of government, which is the provision of security and welfare for the people. The 1999 Constitution under Chapter 2, with the heading Fundamental Objectives and Directive Principle of State Policy, made elaborate provision for those things that make life worth living: education, health, employment, security, and welfare of the citizens. These, no doubt, should be the focus and form the fulcrum for every government. As fundamental as these socioeconomic rights, as provided in the Constitution, appear on the face value, the same Constitution divests the courts of its enforcement. Typical of every government in this part of the world, they shrink from their natural responsibilities. Do we not generate light in our homes with our generators? To get water, do we not dig boreholes in our homes and offices? Do we not provide our security in our homes and offices in Nigeria? For health, do we not go to native doctors for treatment? We thank God for the herbs that are bound here in large quantity. Do we not construct our roads? And where it is impossible due to complexity, do we not buy SUVs to use, having in mind our dilapidated roads? Tell me what we do not provide for ourselves in Nigeria. But somebody has said, what we don't provide does not exist. Why are the terms of our social contract not met as we have it in other nations? The essence of this gathering, gentlemen and ladies, is to remind major stakeholders in Nigeria that time to enforce the terms of the fundamental objective and directive principle of state policy is now. Enough of rhetorics and empty promises. As we approach 2023 general election, the agenda for governance must be set and met. Nothing is fundamental about our human right in chapter 4 if the socioeconomic right that is provided for in chapter 2 are not given any proper meaning. Your life and mine are empty if there are no medical facility to preserve it. Our existence is terribly threatened if that life can be cut short at any time by a bandit, armed robber, kidnapper, or worse still, a terrorist. In this hall are our judicial officers who owe the citizen the responsibility to interpret the Constitution to manifest the intent and purpose for its existence. We have politicians here. We have lawyers. We have the civil society group. We have journalists of repute and other major stakeholders in Project Nigeria that are all here for one purpose. For emphasis, they are here to redirect governance of the people in the right direction. Let every right that is a right be enforced. Simple. Once again, I welcome everyone to this great event. Let the conversation begin. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Monday Ubani. And to give the final welcome address, please join me, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome our chief host for today, who is the president of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mr. Olumide Apata.
Oops. The chairman of today's occasion, my Lord, the Honorable Justice Ogumiju. Let me join my voice to that of the chairman of SPIDEL to thank you, my Lord, for taking out time. I think we all know how busy the court is. And my Lord is sitting tomorrow. And those of us who know my Lord know that she's not perfunctory when it comes to carrying out her judicial responsibilities. So I know that this is a huge sacrifice to be with us here today, my Lord. I am most grateful. Sitting next to me, Lord, is the Honorable Onofiok Luke, Chairman of the House Committee on the Judiciary. I also know that it was a huge sacrifice for you to be here today. And the bar to which you belong is grateful to you. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I will rest very easily on the already established protocol as I welcome you all to this very important town hall meeting organized by the Nigeria Bar Association, section on public interest and development law. I thank you all for coming. It is a Monday morning. Cannot have been easy for many of us to be here today. And I say that I hope the section will make the event worthwhile and we will not regret being here today and giving of our time so generously. So I welcome you all, members of the inner and the outer bar. I also want to thank beforehand those who have volunteered to be part of our stellar cast of presenters today. Thank you, because I know that you have also put in a lot before today's event to be here today. And I want to thank your coordinator, Kunle Ajagbe, who has done a stellar job in this regard. Thank you very much, Kunle. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to deliver this welcome remarks at the town hall meeting organized by the NBA SPIDEL with the theme, Justiciability of Chapter 2 of the 1999 Constitution, the need for the Nigerian judicial system to be more proactive. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is nothing short of an extraordinary coincidence that this town hall meeting is taking place literally on the same day INEC has published the notice of election from EC 60A to officially signal the commencement of election activities towards the national elections taking place in February and March 2023. The next consequential stage of the electoral process will be the dishing out of electoral promises by different aspirants and candidates. The question therefore has to be asked, how have the governments at all levels fared in the fulfillment of their promises of the past and in the enforcement of the social contract with the Nigerian people? It is a well-known fact that we have an entire chapter in the 1999 Constitution dedicated to the provision of socio-economic rights. We call it the Fundamental Objectives and Directive Principles of State Policy. That chapter provides in no unclear terms that it shall be the duty and responsibility of all organs of government and of all authorities and persons exercising legislative, executive, or judicial powers to conform to, observe, and apply the provisions of this chapter of the Constitution. How have we fared? To answer this question, let us take a look at some raw numbers. The World Poverty Clock records Nigeria as the country with the highest number of persons, about 90 million of them, living in extreme poverty, an unwanted feat that we attained after overtaking India. When you consider the fact that the population of India is almost 7 times that of Nigeria, then you can understand the implication of this statistic. According to data from the government-run National Bureau of Statistics, unemployment rates in Nigeria is at an all-time high of about 33%, with almost 65% of the country's youth either unemployed or underemployed. Sometime last year, the nation's Minister of State for Education, Chukwuemeka Nwajuba, was reported to have said that Nigeria has the highest number of out-of-school children, over 10 million in sub-Saharan Africa. Another unwanted statistic comes from UNICEF, and it reveals that 1 in every 5 of the world's out-of-school children is in Nigeria. UNICEF further claims that even though primary education is officially free and compulsory in Nigeria, another 10.5 million of the country's children aged between 5 and 14 years are not in school. Only 61% of those who are aged between 6 to 11 regularly attend primary school, and only 35.6% of those aged between 36 and 59 months receive early childhood education. Furthermore, although Nigeria is regarded as the largest economy in Africa, with a GDP of around $500 million, a close look at the practical macroeconomic indices reveals that this does not necessarily impact on the bottom line of the average Nigerian. For instance, Nigeria is not in the top 15 of the highest per capita income in Africa, and Nigeria's inflation rate is higher than the average for Africa and sub-Saharan countries. Furthermore, or further still, Nigeria's infrastructure deficit is so high that it is widely accepted to be one of the biggest factors holding back the country's growth and development. While there have been different projections, let us use that of Boss Mustafa, the Secretary of Government, who stated sometime in June 2021 that about $2.3 trillion is needed to bridge the infrastructure deficit in Nigeria over the next 22 years. On top of all of this, or all of these, Nigeria is undoubtedly laboring under the burden of humongous domestic and foreign debt, with the country proposing to spend 36.5 of the 2022 budget to service debts, while still planning to borrow another 5.12 trillion to finance this year's budget deficit. According to the Debt Management Office, as of Q3 2021, The total external debt of the federal government of Nigeria stands at 37.96 billion US dollars. I do not believe that there's anyone in this room today who is not worried about the numbers that I've reeled out above. I have not even mentioned the gross failure of government to secure the lives and properties of Nigerians, which is the raison d'etre of government and the reason why the people gave up a part of their liberties to government. It is for these and other reasons that the MBA section on public interest and development law has decided to host this meeting and to convoke the much needed conversation around the need for us to stop paying lip service to the provisions of the socioeconomic rights, to the provision of socioeconomic rights to Nigerians. As Dr. Ubani, our chairman, correctly noted in the publicity materials leading up to this event, the essence of this meeting is to arouse the consciousness of the various critical institutions in Nigeria that have the constitutional mandate to provide socioeconomic rights to Nigerians. While the emphasis will today be on the judiciary and to examine how the courts can be more creative in the interpretation of the provisions of Chapter 2, which even law students know are not justiciable, strictly speaking, it is nevertheless pertinent to hear from other arms of government and other relevant institutions and organizations today. In this regard, I particularly look forward to the lead speakers' presentations at both sessions, as well as the various plenary discussions that will follow. As we begin the countdown to the 2023 election season, characterized by another round of political promise making, it is time to take account and to put these issues in proper perspective. The Nigerian government can and must do better in the provision and safeguarding of the socioeconomic rights of Nigerians. Once again, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to this event, and I wish all of us pleasant and fruitful deliberations. I thank you.
Thank you very much, President, Nigerian Bar Association. Next, ladies and gentlemen, as we move on with today's town hall meeting, it's my honor and it gives me great pleasure to bring up for the opening remarks, the chairman of today's occasion, Justice of the Supreme Court, Honorable Justice Helen Oguwumiju, my lord.
Please be seated. Please be seated. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very tall, so if I stand on existing protocol, the protocol will be very tall indeed. So I stand on the protocols. Chairman and President of the Bar, you are duly recognized. Learned senior advocates, my Lord, Justice CJ Imo State, Abia State, sorry, you are duly recognized. Learned senior advocates, you are duly recognized. It gives me great pleasure to be here, although I don't know why the President decided to single out the judiciary as the person to push this agenda, as the body in one of the three arms of government to push this agenda. Because what I have here on this, and I go by this, is pragmatic measures for government's accountability in respect of the topic in view, the justiciability of Chapter 2 of the 1999 Constitution as altered. As the President said, we all know that by sections 13 to 24 of the 1999 Constitution, these provisions, I don't want to elevate them to say they are rights, because when you say they are rights, they are mandatory. The way the Constitution has put it as obligations of government. are not mandatory provisions of government. So, and the same constitution that says the government is obliged to provide these things says they're not justiciable. That is section 6C of the same constitution. Over the years, our political philosophers, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Thomas Hobbes, all of them, John Locke, Hegel, and of course, the socialist bloc in academia have always agitated for these socio-economic rights. And the preamble to our constitution talks about the unity, the harmony, the promotion of equality and justice. And we talk about economic justice, social justice, equality before the law, governance, peace and security. But this discussion, I think we're expecting the speakers to take us from the level of these rights being merely obligatory to the level of them being fundamental rights that is part of what the society expects the three arms of government, not the judiciary alone, the three arms of government, the policy makers, that's the executive, the lawmakers, that's the legislature, and the judiciary, who interpret the law, to elevate these rights from mere obligations to mandatory needs of society. So we are talking about these rights, which include dignified labor, environmental rights, access to healthcare, food and water, social security, and all that. So since the president, I would say, threw down the gauntlet to say it must be the judiciary that would wave the magic wand, even though we've been told that these rights are not justiciable. Well, I would like to say and follow Sylvian Marical. If you've read his book, Manifesto of Equals, if everyone is equal, as long as they're equal under the law, I think that's as far as we go. Everyone is equal as long as they're equal under the law. Question is everyone really equal under the law? Those are the questions I'm sure the panelists are coming to answer. I'm not going to answer that. So, and we are looking forward to a robust discussion on this very important topic. It affects all of us. Even if you are very rich, you are very powerful, you can insulate yourself from the need to have these obligations of government performed by the three arms of government. You have relatives who are perforce attached to you, who may not have the insulation you have. So I think that's why this topic has come at a very important period in our times, in this country. And I hope that, and I know that the panel is a very important group of learned lawyers and social activists and legislators have come to do justice to it. Thank you very much. I welcome you all.
Thank you very much. You may please be seated. You know, when I look around and I see the caliber of very important personalities who have graced this occasion and who will be speaking at our panel conversations, it tells me one thing, that we are truly passionate about the implementation and the justiciability of the socioeconomic rights of Nigerians. And that tells me one thing as well, that we're one step in the right direction. It's also known that other countries have experienced this. And if we take a look at India, for example, they have been able to resolve this because there has been so much judicial activism in India to promote the inseparableness, the indivisibility, and the interrelatedness of human rights. And guess what? This has paid off. So we hope that today, at the end of our conversations, we are able to actually bring out and then resolve to practicable measures to make this a possibility in Nigeria. Once again, I would love to warmly welcome everyone to this conversation. I'm particularly looking forward to it. I'm a youth, and I know that there's something we call the Japa syndrome, which is why a lot of my colleagues, a lot of my peers are leaving the country. But we do hope that at the end of our conversations today, things can change because we have different stakeholders who can make this happen here. Let's get on with the conversations today, and it's my honor to bring up our lead presenter. He is an award-winning human rights activist, a foremost human rights activist of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I welcome Femi Falana, SAN. He is our lead presenter for today.
Me lady, the Honorable Justice Moron Keji Ogunwumeju, the President of the Bar, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to adopt any protocol. And we must learn to do what they do in international conferences, since we attend international conferences. It is only in Nigeria where programs are started with prayers. It's assumed in other countries that you are likely to have prayed in your home. 2, this business of listing everybody, and at the end of the day, all protocols duly observed. Again, it's a Nigerian phenomenon. Madam Chair, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to adopt a slightly different approach. And this is based on existing authorities. I'm going to surprise you by saying that we have left where the MBA is with respect to justiciability of chapter 2. And I start by saying that notwithstanding the several decisions of our courts, lawyers and judges in the High Court continue to insist that they are guided by the belief as enunciated in the case of Archbishop Okoye and Attorney General of Lagos State. We've left that case, it's no longer relevant. Unfortunately, our High Court judges now penalize public interest litigators for having the temerity to embarrass the government by filing cases under chapter 2 of the Constitution. In fact, lawyers are now made to pay fines for coming to court to enforce socioeconomic rights. I'm not going to take your time, but there are 2 approaches adopted by the Nigerian Supreme Court and the Indian Supreme Court. But before I go to these 2 courts, let me challenge two myths. One, we are told in our constitutional law classes that human rights were adopted in Nigeria to allay the fears of the minority groups. No. And I say this because we had our independence, flag independence in 1960. The Indian had their independence in 1949. Ghana had its own independence in 1957. Each of the countries that obtained independence from the British colonial regime had a Bill of Rights in their constitution. So there was nothing peculiar, nothing about minorities. A Bill of Rights was entrenched in our 1960 constitution. Not necessarily in the interest of Nigerians, not because the British believed that we were entitled to human rights, because throughout the over 100 years that they were here, they never respected the human rights of Nigerians, in spite of the Magna Carta. We were not entitled to have human rights. But when they were living, as they have done in Ghana, India, and other places, they wanted to protect their own interest. If these guys get their independence, they may subject her to human rights abuse. So let us insist that they should put a Bill of Rights in their constitution. 2. Chapter 2 was not put in the constitution because he wanted to copy the Indian model. I think Professor Nwabose has said this repeatedly, because it was in the Constitution Drafting Committee. But there were 49 members, 2 who are not lawyers, 2 historians caused a problem in the House. The late Dr. Bala Usman of ABU and Dr. Segun Oshoba of Ife, formerly of Ife, Obamala University. The 2 of them made it clear to the Williams, FRA Williams Committee, we cannot go along with you guys because you are serving the interests of the bourgeoisie. And so they wrote their own minority report, where they were asking for a socialist reconstruction of Nigeria. But they wrote their own constitution in such a manner that even the majority were persuaded that these guys are talking sense. Hence, it was a negotiation. We are going to put chapter 2 in the constitution to take care of your concern, which represented the interests of the majority of our people. That was how chapter 2 came on board. But what the Indian Supreme Court did is to say, yes, just like our own chapter 2, chapter 4 in India, their own constitution also provides for fundamental objectives. But what they have done is, out of judicial activism, marry chapter 2 and 4, like our own, by saying they are 3 and 4, by insisting that the fundamental objectives of what we call socio-economic rights and political and civil rights are so interconnected that there's no way you can draw a line of dichotomy between them. And so, where you are saying, like in our own situation, actions of government shall be humane, there shall be no torture, right to life is guaranteed, there shall be right to health. The Indian Supreme Court, particularly led by Justice Krishna Iyer, I think it's over 100 now, said you cannot have right to life if the means of life are not guaranteed. Therefore, like our own section 33, must be made actualized, must be actualized. So in our own case, I just run through chapter 2. This, what the Supreme Court has done here is to say, in the case of AG Ondo and AG of the Federation, that chapter 2, yes, not justiciable, but there are laws made pursuant to chapter 2. Those laws can be enforced in our courts. Of course, section 13 has imposed a duty on all authorities and persons exercising judicial, executive, and legislative powers to enforce chapter 2. Registered political parties are compelled by section 224 of the Constitution to adopt chapter 2 as part of the aims and objectives of the party. They will be registered along with the constitutions of the parties. Furthermore, when elected officials are taking their oath of office, oath of allegiance, they undertake that we are going to preserve and enforce chapter 2 of the Constitution. I therefore suggest, and I think I will have to take this up one of these days, that if you have sworn by the Holy Bible or the Quran to enforce chapter 2 of the Constitution, and it's in the manifesto of your party or the Constitution, you now say, sorry, I'm not banned. I think it would be an interesting constitutional case to sue a governor or even the president one of these days. Section 14 on the government and the people. Section 14 provides that the security and welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose of government. But beyond that, sections 214 to 218 provide for, I've imposed a duty on the government to guarantee the internal and external security of Nigeria. And that's where you create the Nigerian police force, the armed forces, and there's provision for adequate funding. But what has happened? Through criminal diversion of money meant for the security of our country, we are all in trouble today. I was once defending some soldiers, 60 of them, whose only offense was that they demanded for weapons. They didn't say they were not ready to fight. Please give us weapons to fight. And for the authorities, that was a serious offense for which they were charged. And when I tried to impress it on the members of the court martial, that these guys, young people are ready to fight, but General so, yeah, Vice Marshal so, have stolen billions. Say, Mr. Fallon, you are talking politics. These boys have committed a grave offense, and they were all sentenced to death, together with 12 others. But we were able to pursue their matter. Today, they are out. Now, section 14, and this is the area that bothers me. When people are accusing the regime, President Buhari, of lopsided appointment, section 14, 3 and 4 have imposed a duty on the government, federal, state, and local government, to constitute, have cabinets in a way that no part of the country, no section of a state or a local government will dominate the rest of the society. But many of us believe section 14 is just there for decoration. No. By virtue of section 153 of the Constitution, the Federal Character Commission is created as a federal executive body. In the preamble, in the schedule to the Constitution, the duties of the Federal Character Commission are set out, just like we talk of the duties of the NJC and the other commissions and agencies. In addition to that, we have the Federal Character Commission Act, which provides if there are two positions in Nigeria, one will go to the north, one will go to the south. If there are 4, 2, 2. If there are 6, one will go to each geopolitical zone, and so on and so forth. The same thing with distribution of amenities. So you can't have a president taking every amenity to his village. No, it's against the Federal Character Commission Act. Section 15, political objectives. The state shall encourage national integration. Again, you can't form a government that is one-sided or lopsided. No, it's against Section 15. Discrimination is prohibited. The government shall secure full resident rights for all citizens. The government shall promote intermarriage among people of different nationalities and religion. But here, if you are a candidate, if you are a lawyer, a senior lawyer, you have reason to become a DPP in a state or director of civil litigation. When it comes to applying to be a judge, you are suddenly told, go and apply in your state of origin. The lady might have married in another state. There was going to be an incident in Lagos. I didn't know this lady from Adam. She had become DPP. And they said, go to Osun State. She had never worked in Osun State for one day. In fact, because her parents are in Lagos, she visits Osun occasionally. But she was not going to be appointed a judge. And I had to threaten the authority, including the palace. You know what I mean? I'm sure you know what I mean, for those of us in Lagos. If you don't appoint this lady, we'll go to court. And someone said, Mr. Fallon, we don't want your trouble. We will appoint her. And that was how she was appointed. In this area, free movement of persons and goods. Somebody tried to misinterpret this to say it means freedom for the cattle to destroy my farms and my homes. This is where it is also stated that the state shall abolish corruption and abuse of power. This is where our colleagues have done very well. Olisa Agbakoba, Director, State Security Service, on freedom of movement, your right to own a passport. And if they are going to take your passport, the government must get a court order. GOK Ajayi, an Attorney General of the Federation, the same way. In a member of your ESCOSA, the governor of Delta State, Anolukunle Edu, the Court of Appeal has just insisted that private vehicles are not required to produce roadworthiness certificate on the highway. You know, this is an area where the VIOs make a lot of money by subjecting people to all manners of harassment. In Femi Falana, Chief of Staff, Buratai, suddenly woke up 2 years ago and said every Nigerian must produce their ID card on the highway or your voter's card, and so on and so forth. And I wrote to the Chief of Army Staff, sorry, you don't have such powers to stop my free movement on the highway. He said, no, you are talking rubbish. Okay, we went to court. Of course, we won the case. That if there is going to be any inspection of documents on the highway, only the police can do so. Not soldiers, because we are not fighting a war all over the country. Section 16, economic objectives. Our president spoke very eloquently this morning on the destruction of the economy of Nigeria. Section 16 provides that the government of Nigeria shall control the economy Today, our economy is controlled by the IMF and World Bank. And they're so arrogant now that they come out to say, increase electricity tariff, increase this one. This was not what we used to know as Nigerians. Our economy, our currency is already dollarized. Up to now, look at the Central Bank Act, Section 16. The means of exchange in Nigeria is naira and kobo. But government officials now spend dollars. The law has not been amended. Even boys and girls of the rich, including people in power, now dance on naira and dollars. I'm sure you are aware of what I'm talking about. Social media, been circulating all this. If a boy has no means of livelihood because he's the son of a president or whatever, one other planes landed in Kano, most of them chartered on public phone. And we're not asking questions. Now, Section 443 of the Constitution has provided that all mineral resources in our country shall be taken over and shall be vested in the government of the federation, not the federal government. But what happens now? The president of our country, and this started since Buhari regime, just filing a case on this now, that the president has no powers to give oil blocks to his friends. No. Oil blocks belong to Nigeria. So you can't call a retired general and give him an oil block. He has no money to invest. He has no technology. He goes across, he goes offshore, sells the interest, and comes back to say, I don't know what to do with money. I have about $500 million, you know. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Now, Anna have pleaded with this president, Mr. President, please, you cannot give oil blocks to your friend. Why don't you give them to state governments that are unable to pay salaries? Now, social objectives. And I'm saying here, a lot of laws have been made. No, I know, I've been warned. A lot of laws have been made in the area of social objectives, National Minimum Wage Act, Labor Act, Pension Reforms Act, Employees Compensation Act, National Health Insurance Act, National Health Act, and so on and so forth. Here again, I had cause to sue the government because they were giving money to the rich, loans, and they were going to run our country aground. Hence, the government set up AMCON. AMCON bought the toxic debts of the rich, 5.8 trillion. And they asked them, go and say no more. Whatever we can take, we take it, you go back. But the government had abolished People's Bank, which was set up to give loans to the poor without collateral. So, since the government destroyed that bank, we went to court. Again, we won. But let me tell you the saddest aspect. All these cases that have been won in the area of chapter 2, the government simply turned the other eye. The government doesn't bother. And this one in particular has unbelievable disdain for the rule of law. We're doing some collation now. This government is disobeying about 150 judgments of courts. And I hope the NBA will be interested in this fight. We must get this government to comply with the rule of law. Otherwise, we are calling for anarchy. There is a law for the elderly in Nigeria today, but you must be 70 and above before you can take advantage of the law. We have laws. We have a law for physically challenged people, Disabilities Law of 2018. We also have other laws for women, VAPA, Violence Against Persons Act. We have Child's Right Act, Mr. President. We have UB Act. both Child Rights Act and UBI have provided, has imposed a duty on the government of Nigeria to ensure that every child is given free and compulsory education from primary to junior secondary school. 9 years. So I was flabbergasted recently when my governor, the governor of Lagos State, saw 2 guys roaming the street or selling wares. And I think the governor was surprised in Lagos. How can this be possible? And gave them instant scholarship. Unlike many of us, I'm not going to abuse my governor. Whether he has not been passing through the same roads, you know, where we see young people. What I've done in my own case is we are currently gathering data on other people, young people in all the local governments, so that we can send the list to the governor. Now, let me just rush my paper by saying there are about 7 ways of enforcing socioeconomic crimes in our constitution. 1, victims of socioeconomic crimes are enjoined to send petitions to the National Human Rights Commission. That body is the only one empowered by law to apply and implement all international human rights instruments to which Nigeria, you know, is a signatory. 2, of course, we have discussed the laws that have been made pursuant to Chapter 2. The 3rd one, where you can challenge derelict in court, and as Aturu did in the case of Aturu and Minister of Petroleum, that there is a price control act in Nigeria. So what all these electricity companies do daily by just increasing their tariff, it's illegal. Again, we are in court on this, you know, just to find out how we are going to run this country. Now, 4th, by virtue of the fundamental rights enforcement procedure rules, or the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and all international human rights instruments can be applied in our court. African Charter in particular contains socioeconomic rights which are enforceable. Because we have the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, Ratification and Enforcement Act. So we can use that to enforce your right. And that is what was done in the case of Joseph Odafe, an Attorney General of the Federation. These were prisoners in Port Harcourt who were attested HIV positive, but they were left in the cells. And so a human rights body went to court and said, no, you are endangering the lives of others, so you must remove them and put them in a specialist hospital. The court granted the prayer. Of course, you are aware of Abacha and Faweimi, where the Supreme Court had made a point that since we have, by virtue of Section 12 of the Constitution, you know, key to the African Charter, it is binding in Nigeria. 5th, you can go to the ECOWAS court to enforce your socioeconomic rights. SERAP has done this in about 2 cases. 6th, victims of socioeconomic rights abuse can also send petitions to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights in Banjul. We used to do that a lot under the military when we could not approach our courts. And in many of the cases, we won in the African Commission. Surprisingly, the government then wanted to pretend that it was civilized. They comply with a number of the judgments. But in the case of Africa now, there is the African Court on Human and People's Rights Mr. President, you have to join us in this battle. Because that will put a lot of money in the pockets of our colleagues. If the government can be persuaded to make a declaration to allow individuals and NGOs to access the African court, only 10 countries have done so. Nigeria has not done so. So we need to get our country to make the declaration. The last one is section 254C of the Constitution amended. Now allows Nigerians to apply all international labor organization conventions that have been ratified by Nigeria. This can be enforced in the National Industrial Court. And this is already going on. I know a lady who was pregnant and was sacked, no, suspended. She went to court and the court awarded her 15 million naira and condemned what happened to her. Of course, I'm aware of the case that the NBA has just lost. And Mr. President, you must appeal that case, where a lady was dismissed in the police force because she became pregnant without marriage. At the time that happened, a former IG was going out and had impregnated a police woman. And nothing happened to him. I think you need those facts, sir. But what happened? As soon as we challenged the man, I think Idris, he quickly arranged a marriage with the lady. But I am saying, sir, that the judge who has just dismissed our case did not read the case of Wheeler and Attorney General of the Federation, decided in 2012 by Ada J, as it then was, where similar provisions that you can't marry if you join the police force as a woman for 3 years. 2, if you are going to marry after the 3 years, you need the written permission of your commissioner. I mean, remember my chambers, my wife said this was terrible. So she went to court. I said, will our judges understand this? I said, no, let me try. And the judge said, since these provisions are not applicable to men, they are totally against the provision of Section 42 of the Constitution and Article 2 of the African Charter. Because a man can join the police force and impregnate 1 or 2 women. Nothing will happen. So, and you don't need permission. And the Attorney General's office came to say, we are protecting women. That is why we made the law. But I think we have to also move along, not just with, I don't cite examples of Europe and America. Please, let's look at what other African countries are doing. A case has just been decided in Kenya that if you have a housewife, you have your wife and you say you are a housewife, she's entitled to be paid because she's taking care of the home and taking care of the children. Another one which will interest you. Here, what you call judges' rule. Now, because women tell a lot of lies. So if there is rape, you don't know that is why. If there is rape, you don't believe the evidence of the victim. There must be a corroboration. Judges made rule. Male judges. But a woman, a judge in Kenya, has questioned the rationale. And there is it's against the dignity of women to say you must have witnesses when you want to give evidence. And then in rape cases, you don't do it in the marketplace. You hide. So why do you want witnesses to give evidence in the case? I therefore want to submit, Mr. President, that in spite of Section 6 of the Constitution, 666, we now have cases where our courts have recognized the rights, socioeconomic rights of Nigerians. Our duty as lawyers is to expand the base. We must try and continue to go to court and get judgment, but it's not enough. And that is my conclusion. It's not enough to have this judgment if we cannot enforce them. And that is where the bar comes in. All the cases where damages are awarded in Nigeria daily by judges, they are mere psychological victories. Because no attorney general will grant you permission to enforce the judgment unless you have a deal where the bulk of the money may disappear. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Femi Falana, SAN, for your very passionate, detailed, and very deliberate delivery on that topic. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope we are having a thought-provoking session so far. We will now move on to our plenary conversations. I'll be inviting our moderator, a Nigerian broadcast journalist, TV presenter, subject matter expert, project management, and IT consultant, who will then invite the panel discussants to come up stage. Please join me as I welcome Kayode Akintemi, who will be the moderator for the first plenary conversation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Well, I'll do things slightly different because my big brother, Femi Falana, said things have got to be done differently. And I will start by saying good afternoon again and expect a response. Good afternoon. My lady. The Honorable Justice Helen Ogunmeju, Justice of the Supreme Court, the chairman, or the president rather, of the NBA, Mr. Lumide Akpata, the senior advocates and other members of the NBA, including the General Secretary who have been introduced to, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and members of the press. It's going to be a very interesting conversation today. As was said by Mojibade, my name is Kayode Akintemi. And I am here because this is something that I find extremely important to have as a conversation. I believe very strongly that lawyers will often say ignorance is not an excuse in law. And it is not only lawyers that say it now. If you go to a bus garage, a taxi driver, a tout will tell you, if you don't know, that will not be excuse. And that is the same thing. Ignorance is not an excuse in law. The first thing that I looked at, which the president of the NBA also mentioned, was section 13. And I thought it is very apt to look at that section because it clearly states that it shall, and I know the lawyers are very emphatic about the fact that when the word shall is used, there is no reason for anybody to say it is not justiciable or not enforceable. So we're going to have the conversation. I'm not here to present a paper. So let me welcome first to join us for this conversation, my Lord, the Honorable Justice Onoha Ogwe, Chief Judge of Abia State. And while he's on the way here, I will also call on Right Honorable Onofiak Luke, Chairman, House of Reps, Committee on Judiciary. And coming up next is the Senior Advocate Suleiman Usman, Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Sokoto State. Honorable Commissioner. And also joining us in this conversation is Mr. Emmanuel Korodudu. He's the head of Democracy and Good Governance, ECOWAS Commission in Abuja. And finally, Mr. Kolaole Oluwadare, Deputy Director, Social Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERA. So the panel is ready and we're good to go. And the first, oh, yes, I am so sorry. We do need, yes. Senior Advocate, Mr. Femi Falana, please. We can't discuss your paper without you being here. I should have invited you first. My sincere apologies. I think I'll use the words that my father used to say in those days. He's gone to Jesus now. He's gone to be with Jesus, but he used to say, and those who don't speak Yoruba, when you forget someone or don't remember to call them, you say that death has forgotten about that person and sickness has forgotten about that person. So you will live long, sir. You will live long. Thank you very much. Let's start with section 13, and I would want us to understand that the way I would like to broach this is first for us to understand that this is an opportunity for us to find what the NBA SPIDEL says it wants, which is a pragmatic solution to the issues. We're not looking to point accusing fingers at this and that, but to find solutions that will endure. So the starting point for me in moderating this session will be, what is the short-term solution, the immediate, because 2023 is around the corner. What's the solution that we can implement immediately? So section 13 is where we're starting from. And I will start with the Honorable Justice, my Lord. Help us understand. We have a chapter 2 that some people have said is non-justiciable, is not impossible. Please help us unbundle. As a judge, why do you think people say this? And what is the immediate solution that you can come up with in terms of how to make it such that it's either justiciable or we're finding an alternative that makes it possible for Nigerians to get their rights as is stated in the Constitution enforceable? As part of housekeeping, please, everyone on this side of the divide, when it's your turn, please remember to press the button so that you can speak. And when you're done, you can please press it again so that you switch it off. Thank you. My Lord.
Thank you, moderator. I'm the chairman of the occasion. And the moderator has taken us to section 13 to start there. And it's all agreed that that section uses the word shall, thereby making it mandatory. It's the duty and responsibility and all that. The lead presenter has made a good job identifying all the provisions. But I want to make a comment on section 6, which has been widely held to make it non-justiciable. Because of the problem we are looking at, and we have talked about immediate, mid-term, and long-term solutions. We know this. We know the problems. So I don't want to focus on the problems. The problems have been identified, highlighted. I want us to look at solutions. What do we do? What do we do now? What do we do tomorrow? What do we do next week? Those are the three stages. So I think there are two major areas. We need massive legislative intervention. I'm happy the honorable member from the House is here. Then judicial interpretation, robust interpretation in such a way that will bring out the philosophy behind the economic crisis enshrined in chapter 2. And some courts are already doing that. I think there's more. I was telling some people outside that, you know, the courts, we do not initiate processes. We sit to bring the cases to us. But we would like to see the judges, the lawyers, bring these cases to court. The list presenter has done a good job. And following the footsteps of Chief Gani, who legislate on everything. Never mind when it could be obeyed on. Legislate, get the judgment first. Go to court on all these matters. I think that's the way to go. If I am to look at section 66C, I look at the way the cases are brought, the couching of the reliefs. 66C, in such a situation where you go to court to challenge the authorities listed in 13 for their failure to do those things, guaranteed in chapter 2. In other words, if government fails to provide education, for instance, or to give you food, you go to say government should have, it didn't. But I'm looking at a situation where you approach the court, bring a simple claim that based on the philosophy, I am hungry, I want food. Don't mention the failure of government. I'll interpret it to exclude section 6. That we're entitled to eat. You are not questioning the failure of government to provide the food. If you are questioning the failure of government, section 66C will apply and make it not justiciable. But if you are going as a right, as a claim, I am hungry, declare that I'm hungry, make an order that the food should be provided based on the philosophy. I think it can be done. I will interpret it that way to give life to chapter 2. That's the only comment I'll make on that area. But let me go to another area which is of grave importance and concern to me. The second bit of this workshop is pragmatic measures for government's accountability. That's the area I want to speak on briefly, accountability. You find out that the government, like the last thing the lead presenter said, enforceability. I've always been bothered about enforcing judgment. It's not enough. If you say justiciable, what we are looking at, you go to court, government, the court will give you an order. You get a judgment. After that, what next? How do you enforce it? The usual thing is that if you make a monetary award, the government will say they don't have money. The government never has money for anything. Salaries are not paid. Contracts are breached. A whole lot of things. And what's the defense? No money. Even if you say, let's make chapter 2 justiciable, government will tell you, I have no money to provide education. I have no money to give you food. So what next? What do you do after that? So I think there'll be need. That's where the legislature should come in for some interventions to release more money to the government and check the one they have. Because especially at the state levels, because we tend to focus on feeder. But the highest level of irresponsibility in dealings is at the state level. Now the governors have become kings, and traditionally kings do no wrong. So they do no wrong. They are above every system, above every law. They are not accountable to anybody. So I think there must be a way of making them accountable. And that's where the legislature will come in.
Thank you very much.
Can I mention one or two suggestions here?
Okay, just
can
one.
do that.
So that will continue.
Okay.
Yes.
Do I? No. Okay.
Go ahead, Nancy.
I think the whole state structure, protocol, executive is too unwieldy. We can make law fixing the number of commissioners at the state level, SAs, PAs, SSAs, because PAs have their own PAs, and the PAs have their own PAs. Even at the local government level, see councillors having PAs, and their PAs having PAs, and all paid with money. So how can you have money for more important things? So that is one area. Some ministries must be scrapped, some must be merged. You remember the Rosanel report. Then
If
I
you
think
don't
cost
mind,
of governance is too
Yes.
high. You must reduce
That
them
can
to
go
raise
around.
money.
thank you. Now, so that we can go around, I'll request that we keep the answers really short because we want to be able to get round everybody quickly and then get a chance to allow members of the NBA who are here who also want to either share opinions or ask questions to join in this conversation. It's not a one-way street. Thank you. Now, let me go to the Right Honorable Onofia Kluk, who is the chairman of House of Reps Committee on Judiciary. We have a constitution that a lot of Nigerians have complained consistently forever from 1999, even before 1999 when it was being put together. There were Nigerians who were complaining that the constitution of the Nigerians that were put together to write this constitution, or the composition of it, those people who were put together to write it, did not represent we the people. And that is seen in the fact that Chapter 2 is now being questioned as non-justiciable. Can you help us understand, Right Honorable, what is it we need to do to get the National Assembly to look at this particular law, this chapter, and say, we have to prioritize the change within the next few months so that those politicians who are coming in 2023 will have something that they can sink their teeth into and give us something to bite.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator, the chairman, and my colleagues here in this hall. I want to say that I will adopt the presentation of the lead speaker as my thoughts, largely. For the first time that coming to an event that the National Assembly has not become the whip boy. And so I was afraid whether the National Assembly, everything is going to be thrown at the National Assembly, but I thank God that the lead speaker had exonerated us one way or the other to say, to say that we have plethora of legislations which have gone to make some provisions that will make these aspirational goals enforceable in our courts. And we've done that in different aspects. If you look at Section 2, they talked about objectives, educational objective, political objective, even foreign policy objective, and economic objectives. And if you look at each and every of those, you will see that the National Assembly, before now, the legislature, both at the state and at the national level, have been able to rise to the occasion in making legislations to speak to these issues. For instance, 15.5, which has to do, I think, a political objective, has to do with the issue of eradication of corruption. It said 15 sub 5, said the state shall abolish all corrupt practices and abuse of power. The National Assembly and the legislature has risen to its responsibility in this regard, and had enacted legislations to make sure that these objectives are realizable, like the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission Act, and then the ICPC Act. All these geared towards achieving that objective of eradication of eradicating corruption. And then if you look at the aspirational goals as it has to do with education, you find out that the state, let me start from the National Assembly where I keep speaking about the state because I had the opportunity to be at the state legislature before now. And so the legislature, both at the state and the national, have risen to its responsibility to make sure that we achieve this goal. For instance, that's why I said I adopt this presentation of the lead speaker. The Compulsory Free Universal Basic Education Act makes provision for the financing of education, the responsibility of both the state and the local government. And that has been provided for, and it's an objective as captured in that act, which reflects the educational objective, the educational objective of chapter 2. Then if you look at the economic aspect, where there are provisions that the country, they should ensure that businesses are not concentrated in the hands of one or two persons or few. And then you find out that there are, or bodies are to be set up to regulate ownership of businesses in the country. There are legislations to that effect, and all other ones. So we are not in lack of legislation. The challenge for me, I want us to situate where we find ourselves away from law, away from an MBA thing. Let us look at the country as a whole. Let us look at individuals who operate this. First, it starts with conscience. Here we are talking about law here. We are talking about the legal system. But if you don't have men of conscience, you keep having them turning the legal system head upside down. And so there are people in the executive, and you would realize that without passing the buck, the greatest challenge of getting this thing to be done is in the executive. They saddle with the responsibility of implementation of the policies. And so, like without sounding patronizing, what SERAP has been doing, and which the lead presenter has said, there are many judgments that have been given, and we found out that the judgments have not been enforced. And we don't have the strength to enforce this judgment, which would have given to strength to this socioeconomic rights. And so that I can give opportunity to others to make contribution, I'm saying that at least for once here, not only by our own assessment, for once, we have not been found wanting as a legislator in discharging our responsibility.
Thank you. Thank you. So let me move on quickly then to Mr. Suleiman Usman, Senior Advocate and Attorney General of Sokoto State. Now, it is clear that the fingers are being pointed at the executive on a consistent basis now. It looks like everybody is saying it's all down to the state government, local government, and the federal government. From your perspective, can you help us understand why has it been so difficult for anybody to be able to get their right under Chapter 2 of the Constitution? Why has it been so difficult? Some people have mentioned that it might be the problem with financing it, but also the Honorable, my Lord, has said that there's wastages left, right, and center. So help us understand, apart from wastages, what is it that stops you as government, executive arm of government, being able to implement this?
Well, other speakers already stated it. There are a lot of issues, even from the principal legislation itself, the Constitution, by making the rights non-justiciable. If you look at Section 6, subsection paragraph C of the Constitution. Apart from that, the political will also of government matters a lot when it comes to deepening the realization of these rights that have been classified as fundamental objectives and directive principles of state policy. It depends on what you take as your priority. For instance, in Sokoto State, we give a lot of premium to realization of those rights. We have done a lot of legislation to crystallize their protection and enforcement. We come up with laws, very impressive laws that have ensured, for instance, education, the basic education is guaranteed as a right, apart from the Sokoto State Universal Basic Education Commission law that has recognized it, domesticating the UBEC Act. We also enacted the Sokoto State Right to Education law, whereby it is even a criminal offense for a child to be denied enrollment in school, especially out-of-school children. Under that law, we also ensure community contribution apart from the responsibilities of government. We are not just relying on budget. We've made it a duty of all public officers, including civil servants, to contribute to a fund under the leadership of the Sultan that will do intervention, just like the UBEC will do intervention. And they have been doing a lot in ensuring that education is guaranteed at that level. In fact, our educational rights are more than that of basic education, even secondary school education, because payment of WAEC fees and NECO fees are done by state government on a regular basis. And in Sokoto State, nobody pays school fees, but the so-called indigent and residents attend all public schools free of charge. And the WAEC and NECO fees that government pays, even including those of private schools. Apart from that, when it comes to healthcare, we ensure that the primary healthcare is also made a right that is enforceable under the Primary Healthcare Development Agency Law 2016. These are all some of the very impressive laws that we instituted when we came in as government. In all the 244 wards of Sokoto State, we have an ambulance. In all the 244 wards, we have a healthcare facility, either a dispensary, a primary healthcare, or in all the local governments. So 3 local governments, we have a general hospital. And right now we are building a university teaching hospital, 1,000 bed, that is going to be one of the largest health institutions in the whole of West African sub-region. Aside from establishing a state-of-the-art diagnostic center that has recently been commissioned, having all kinds of diagnostic equipment and tools that will go a long way in reducing the wastages that is being incurred in medical tourism. So we understand that these rights are fundamental, because fundamental rights themselves that are enshrined in Chapter 4 cannot be concretized and benefited from if you do not guarantee the enforcement of socio-economic rights. That is why we need constitutional amendment. We need legislations also. We also need judicial activism. Apart from that, we need citizen engagement. The NGOs like SERA, what SERA is doing, and other non-governmental agencies and CBOs must to be sustained. We also need to make sure that institutions are set up. Recently, we have developed and worked on a bill to ensure that we also have a human rights commission at the state level, because we felt the National Human Rights Commission has done a lot since its establishment, but we need to also do that at the state level. We must understand that given the federal nature of our system, it is not just the responsibility of federal government to set up institutions. We have to also set up institutions that will deepen the realization, the guarantee, the recognition and protection of some of these rights.
All right, before I let you go then, can you help us understand, normally when government is planning, you plan based on data. With all the things that you have mentioned as things done by Sokoto State government, how many kids do you still have on the streets that are not going to schools? How many people are young girls and young women who are not in hospitals and they're having high mortality rate, both for mothers and for babies? Do you have the statistics? Has your effort made any difference?
There are statistics, especially what at the state government and with UNICEF. Recently, we entered into collaboration with UNICEF to remodel the Quranic school education system to make it modern so that it will have curriculum, and product of those schools can be given certificates so that they can be able to work in institutions of government that are related to that aspect of learning. And that is helping a lot in ensuring that the out-of-school children, especially the Almajiris system, is being revamped. We are doing that because we also are witnessing the effects, the ripple effects of the nonchalance of government over the years, because that is what has been rise to banditry, and even the problems we are facing in the Northeast, the Boko Haram. These are some of the ripple effects of bad governance. So there is a nexus between the justiciability of socioeconomic rights and the quality of governance that is being provided. Okay. And we must do that in order to develop and live in a nation where peace and justice shall reign.
And we say amen to that. Okay, let me move on to Serap. And a funny incident or funny story came up on social media just a couple of days ago, where Governor Nasir El-Rufai was claiming that Serap is based in Lagos and asking for right for information in Kaduna, that you should be, in a manner of speaking, domesticated in the Kaduna for you to be able to ask for that right. Help us, Mr. Oluwadare, help us get an understanding. Is it that CSOs and NGOs and other organizations that should be called or do get called human rights association, is it that they're not doing enough in terms of going to court or challenging constituted authorities, as they're called, to bring them to book to say that this is what the Constitution says? And it didn't say you may or may not do this. It says you shall, as executive arm of government, make these provisions in Chapter 2. Is it that people of your likes and people who are also with great good intentions like you are not doing enough?
Thank you very much, Mr. Kayode. I nearly thought that question was rhetorical, given what Sarah has been doing over the years. And to answer the question simply, no, it's not because civil society organizations like SERAP and others have not been doing what they should do, or that the people are not engaging, both with civil society organizations and with the government. Speaking from our experience at SERAP in the topic we're discussing, I would think the issue lies in talking about pragmatic approaches with the judiciary. And that is why I very much like the approach taken by Mr. Ubani when he was making his opening address. That it is about, this is not a blame game, but where we know where the problems lie and the solutions. So SERAP has more than, presently as we're talking, we have more than 32 lawsuits in court, both in the municipal courts and regional mechanisms like RECWAS. And we have more than 11 judgments that have not been obeyed by government. So that itself speaks to what we have been doing and the support. And these suits sometimes have more than 200 Nigerians joining us to show that it's public interest litigation. But I think with the judiciary, what Mr. Falana said earlier is actually what plays out. So we have moved from the Okoje case when it comes to justiciability of Chapter 2. We are more rightly put now in the AG Ondo State and the federal government. That is what applies presently. But what we've seen mostly is that the courts seem to assume that we are still in the Okoje era. And so the decisions and the reasoning of the court appears to toe that line. And that is the problem. And that speaks directly to the incident you mentioned about the FY Act, for instance, and its applicability to the states. You would be surprised there are judges of the High Court, of the Federal High Court, who still think that the FY Act would not be of general applicability. And public interest litigation, we've had costs granted against Sarah, for instance, which again, it doesn't portend the discussions we've been having here over time. And so what needs to be done is that understanding that if chapter 2 is justiciable, and I firmly believe it is. So it's not a matter of legislative interventions. It is a matter of judicial activisms. And the courts have been doing that over time. So it's really not new. And I think in that regard, the bench has more influence than the bar, because a lawyer just files a suit. The bench has the right to do a lot of things, including obiter dicta, including dissenting opinions. But we've not seen a lot of that in the courts. And that's why I very much like what Mr. Falana said when he was speaking about the African Charter being it's a very veritable tool. It's been domesticated. So Section 12 of the Constitution would not apply in that instance. But what have we seen from the litigations in court? Even relying on several provisions of the African Charter, it would appear that that understanding is not there, which is why you see for SERAP, for what we do, for instance, even from our name, Socioeconomic Rights and Accountability Project, we seem to be doing more of the A than the S and the E presently, which is not what we set out to do. So if we had decided to look at socioeconomic rights, but because of what we've seen corruption has done to not align those rights to come, which is why we're talking about accountability. And I'm happy that it's part of the theme of this event to make government accountable. But in this instance, amending chapter 2 to make it justiciable as it were, we know it's going to be a long process, even though we know the National Assembly is doing that presently. So what we need to do is through the courts, and the courts do make law. We're all aware. So it's very easy at that level. Understanding what public interest litigation is, not only to encourage lawyers to do more, but to state the law as it were. When it comes to enforceability of these decisions, I think we can take that up at a very different level. And then in that case, the executive will be at the ball.
Okay, I'll come to Honorable Justice in just a minute. But before I do that, I do recall that Mr. Femi Falana mentioned a long list of ways that you can achieve the same objective as what we're trying to achieve here from different sections and chapters of the Constitution. And I know that you, as a very good lawyer, a senior advocate, you do find ways to get the results that you want from the court. What is it that the NBA and other lawyers need to know, to understand? Is it issue of training? And I won't make suggestions, you make the suggestions. What needs to be done to get Nigerian lawyers to push the boundary in terms of getting the results of chapter 2, sometimes maybe from going to other chapters of the Constitution to get the same result anyway? What do we need to do?
The NBA has human rights committees in all the branches. The NBA has more territorial spread than any NGO in Nigeria. So if we are talking about 125 human rights committees across the country, I think we can do a lot. And I've suggested this. I think the NBA has started to look at this. Section 70 of the Police Establishment Act 2020, Section 34 of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act provide that not less than once a month, a chief magistrate shall visit all the police stations in his or her magisterial district. What we have suggested, get members of the human rights committees in each of our branches to guide the magistrate or even possibly accompany the magistrate. And I'm happy some branches are doing this. Now, during the visit, the magistrate is empowered to grant bail, recommend those who should be taken to court, and order the release of those who should not be in the station. For EFCC, ICPC, all of them, the chief judge of the Federal High Court shall designate judges to visit all the other facilities, detention facilities in the country. Now, the NBA should join us to guide the chief judge to carry out his duty under the law. I've had to sue the chief judge to compel him to designate judges. All the legal detention by the SSS, EFCC, and the rest of them will be over. Even of lawyers. Lawyers are asked. The other one, every police station in Nigeria, by virtue of section 66 of the Police Act, shall have a lawyer. Every police station shall have a lawyer to monitor human rights. That means at least 5,000 lawyers, even from the point of view of addressing unemployment of young lawyers. Now, if you have lawyers manning the human rights desk in every police station, will go a long way to prevent abuse of human rights. But on socioeconomic rights, the NBA can do a lot by organizing seminars, training program for its members, because all of us are still living in the past. Oh, they are not justiciable. Whereas there are laws that have been made by the National Assembly. We also need to take this law to the state houses of assembly to also get them to adopt them. I'm in Sokoto, for instance, and I want to congratulate the Attorney General. I was harassing the governor. Please, you are a senior lawyer, a body of benchers member. It cannot be said that you have not adopted the child's right law in your state. I'm happy today Sokoto has done that. There are still about 6 or 7 states left who are saying, oh, it's against our religion. It's not against your religion to send your own children abroad. But for the children of the poor, you are talking of religion. So we are getting, like the Honorable said, the National Assembly has done well because we are harassing them. But we must also get the state houses of assembly to adopt these laws so that the lives of our people can be better. But the NBA can do a lot. The NBA under Apata now has revived the culture of going to court to challenge unconstitutional acts of government and official impunity. And I want to thank you because, and I can say this publicly, Mr. Akwata has surpassed my expectation. Please keep it up, and so I think the NBA is on the right course. We need a continuity. We need continuity after Mr. Akwata's tenure. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you very much, Mr. Falana. So let me come to Mr. Okrodudu. Now we are approaching 2023. We're just months away from the next general election. It is mandatory that the president should have signed the bill that was put before him, and we thank God. A lot of people were celebrating on social media that the president did his job on this occasion by signing into law that which will make our election happen. And as we approach that date when there will be election, it means there's going to be a lot of electioneering campaign. There will be promises made by all kinds of human beings who say they are politicians. And when they make all these promises, and we have a constitution that says this is what people are entitled to, and these politicians make those promises that you're entitled to it, vote me in, I will make it happen. In terms of good governance, what is it we need to do to make it such that we can hold them to their words and we can claim our rights as citizens based on what the Constitution in Chapter 2 says?
Thank you so much. I guess for us at the ECOWAS level, we have normative frameworks that do address a lot of these. If you look at the ECOWAS convergence principles in the Protocol on Democracy and Good Governance, it talks about inclusivity for political parties. It talks about parties actually promoting social economic rights. So within this context, when we have visitations to member states holding elections, a lot of these are spelled out to the leading political parties in these countries. And we don't leave it at that. We have engagement with the judiciary. So I'm really excited to be here to be talking about this with the members of the bar. Mr. Malene Senior, Mr. Femi Falana will tell you we've been working on seeing how we can even encompass all of this within the region.
We are trying to reactivate the West African Bar Association. We are addressing the issues of access to justice. And within the context of access to justice, we are looking at justice that has been transiting. I dare say what we are discussing today is like justice transiting. You've kept Chapter 2 to remain the way it is, and you've not allowed it to metamorphosize with the society and actually get this right to be justiciable. And I think within the context of the political realm, if you do not engage the political actors in a very positive light, it's always difficult for you to get them to hold onto their promises. In our own context, in our own climate, in the West African region, you don't have parties designing manifestos. Parties just give you programs they want to implement. I remember having a conversation with the head of state once, and he said to me, you really have to be careful with the agenda you're pushing. If you want parties to design manifestos, you are almost going to be enunciating another problem that we've had with religion. Because when we get so sync along manifesto and party lines, it's always difficult to address the challenges that will come up. In response to that very positive counsel from His Excellency, we started working on a bipartisanship policy. And within the context of this bipartisanship policy, what do we want to achieve? We're trying to get all of these social rights embedded as those issues that whenever they are brought before the parliament for discussions, the parliament would look at them from the context of general interest of the people and within the context of social economic rights. So going into 2023 for Nigeria, Nigeria is a peculiar one for us at the ECOWAS level. If you want to engage Nigeria, we've structured a program to engage Nigeria from the 6th geopolitical zone. And we are looking at meeting the leading political parties and looking at how they've designed intervention programs for their party as domicile in that state. If you look at the practice was to go to the capitals. And if you go to the capitals, you're not engaging the state as a whole, but in going in country to speak to political parties and understanding what these manifestos are all about, I think it opens up the space. Then some other thing we've tried to do with civil society actors is to look at the possibilities of jumpstarting a process where they can bring up public interest litigation. And time and time again, when there are issues leading to elections and certain persons are precluded from going into the electioneering space, we instigate through national human rights commissions and network of civil society human rights monitors in the region to try and bring up public interest litigation on these issues. And in one of our member states, a matter was brought like this before the ECOWAS Community Court of Justice, and the court entertained that matter. And this particular candidate was given the opportunity to contest in that election. So public interest litigation, I think, is one solution we should adopt if we must get this right to be justiciable. And I think a lot is being done by SERAP. We welcome the manner and approach with which they approach the ECOWAS Community Court of Justice. We are also trying to see how we can get the judiciary involved in participatory democracy. And in doing this, I think judicial activism is very key. And there are only few persons and few lawyers doing it in the region. Mr. Femi Falana will attest to it. We just had a meeting recently in Accra to push the agendas for chair of Bar Association. It was unfortunate we didn't have your chair in there, but we had Mr. Femi Falana. And it did not only just push that agenda for us, to get lawyers to be able to practice across board and across jurisdiction in our region. In doing this, what do we want to achieve? The end goal is to get lawyers push for these social economic rights. And in addressing this, I must highlight a particular section that our advice lawyer is to look at. Article 25 of our Protocol on Democracy and Good Governance actually solicits for a program like this. You should have social dialogue to look at how you address poverty elevation and foster development in any of the member states. And going down to Article 26 and 27 specifically, it talks about harmonizing and integrating economic and financial and banking policies. If we do this in that way, there's also an open opportunity there for us to look at how we can set up multinational agencies that can actually support the process of providing funds to push for this justiciable right to be enforced and actually operationalized within the context of our member state. I think the final thing I want to stress here is this. I think the judiciary is the most difficult part. I think the bench, so to say, is the most difficult part. We've been finding a lot of hardship in engaging because when we look at most of the matters that do come to us, basically on electioneering matters. And if you want to get the judiciary to speak to you, in the last 2019 election, I tried to have a back channel conversation with the Justice of the Supreme Court. She was my lecturer at the law school. And she did give me a reply and she said to me, it's difficult for us to come into the electioneering space as we approach election. And I did explain to her that what we're trying to do is to bring out some of these subtle issues that will come up and become matters of litigation that will get to the Supreme Court. And most of the time we found out in different member states, the way the Supreme Court tends to interpret a particular matter that is contentious around the election is always interpreting and looking above, behind its shoulders at what the executive arm is doing. And that has brought a lot of concern to us at the ECOWAS level, looking at the capture of the judiciary. And I think the only way we can get past this, if we have justices who are very, very firm on judicial activism, I think it will help a great deal. There are very few Supreme Court judges or judges of Constitutional Court in the Francophone jurisdiction who would want to do this. I think one of the concerns we have and why Chapter 2 is still the way it is, because of the appointments of the Chief Justices and the President of the Constitutional Court. If you owe your appointment to the executive arm, there's always a tendency that when it requires interpretation for the ordinary community citizens to benefit, you would not get that kind of interpretation you need. And to go past this, we want to strengthen the Bar Association and reactivate the West African Bar Association. And I'm so happy my learned senior, Mr. Femi Falana, is working with us on this. We've gone a step further to see how we can curb the excesses of the executive arm on the judiciary by looking at how we can bring a forum of ministers of justice. This has gone to almost the final stage. We've done this with the West African Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, and also the support for UNOAS, United Nations Office in the Sahel, West Africa and the Sahel. And I think if we're able to get that body, some of these challenges we're raising here, we can always talk to these lawyers and talk to these attorney generals and ministers of justice for them to understand that you need not hold on to these compromises at looking at the back of your shoulders to interpret laws to suit one arm of government alone.
Thank you very much. So I now have to come back to, yeah, you can clap. Yeah, thank you very much. A lot of work is being done at ECOWAS level, and that's extremely useful. So let me come back to the Honorable Justice, my Lord. A number of things have been said here now, and I am sorry, I'm going to have to put some fire under the seat of the bench. There is a saying that the first step towards finding a solution is acknowledging there is a problem, identifying the problem, then you will find the solution. Is there a lukewarmness or something like a timidity on the part of the bench that makes it such that it is not aggressive enough to push the agenda that makes it possible for some of these things to be interpreted correctly and for us to get the solution that is required? Don't let us talk about what happens after judgment are delivered yet, but in terms of getting the judgment that is required.
I don't think so. I don't think there is that timidity. Generally, the bench has done well. You can have a few cases of those who are afraid, or those who are afraid. But generally, we have enough judgments. And you know, I have indicated my passion, my challenges in the enforcement. You said I should not go there. I would like to say something on there because I've answered the first part. The bench generally has not done badly. Generally. But you see, the problem we have so much grammar here, beautiful theories. But the final thing is, okay, look at the experience with chapter 4. How have we enforced judgments under chapter 4? For instance, monetary damages. How many governments pay? So what do we do? I told you I'm interested in practical solutions. Having been at the bar, very active from the bar, I went to the bench from the bar. I like to look at solutions. So can I suggest?
Before you look at solutions, my lord, before you look at solutions, I am quite keen on if you were to say in terms of percentages, would you say that you will score the bench 60, 70, or 80 in terms of aggressive solution to solving the problem? And if you score the bench a lower mark, what then will be the solution going forward? Because like I said earlier, if we say that the bench has done well, the legislature has done well, the executive, according to Sokoto State, has done well, then we really have no reason to be here. We have no conversation to have. So please help us, just
Let me say, in my state, for instance, I don't know how many cases have been brought to court on this matter. Public interest litigation, how many of them? That's why I said I said it earlier on. The law should come to court. Approach us. We have not come to know whether I'm able to say or not. For instance, I'll give you an example here that if we were to couch it properly, how I will interpret it. That shows that I am ready, if you can, to be proactive, to be what people call judicial activism. So of course, believe in it. But you cannot be an activist if there's no case before you. There has to be a case before you. But those cases are not before us. They are not being brought. For those that have been brought, where are we? That's the second aspect now. I think the NBA can come in here. I've made a suggestion. The NBA should open a register, a black book, for every attorney general who is part of a disobedience of a court order. Enter his name there. Let his name obvious. Because the state government, the state governors are able to get away with a whole lot of things because they have no regard for the opinion of the attorneys general. And if we can have the commissions, the Human Rights Commission of the NBA in all the branches, bring a lot of pressure on the state government. Our greatest problem in Nigeria is at the state level. The greatest threat to rule of law and democracy are the governors. If you bring pressure upon them to obey these orders, you say, come to court, justiciability. Justiciability means I'll give you judgment, isn't it? You can give, after the judgment, what happens? That's the area. Let's have suggestions. How does the NBA come in to pressurize the executive to obey court orders? They are not obeying court orders at all the levels. The impunity is high. I did one case against local governments, ordinary appointed officers. Come and see the level of pride in them that they will not obey the order. I had to send a few of them to the prison. That's what we're talking about.
All right, so, thank you very much, sir. Let me very quickly ask Mr. Femi Falana then. Based on, ladies and gentlemen, please.
I think we just have to look at our system and we must learn from what others are doing. The bar is key to the institutionalization of the rule of law. In the US, during the last election, President Trump got 62 cases filed. 62. That was between November and January. Before the inauguration, all the cases were dismissed. And in some cases, the judges had to ask the lawyer from the bar, are you insisting that there is fraud? I give you 10 minutes to show me evidence of fraud. If you are unable, I send your name for discipline. And most of the lawyers withdrew. But here, those cases will have been going on by now. So we have to get the bar to take control. The point my learned friend has just made. The attorney general, there's no government. An attorney general is here. Once a judgment is given against a government, the governor turns to the attorney general. What do? Most of our attorneys will appeal and file a motion for stay. The appeal will not be pursued. So again, we must get the NBA to monitor attorneys general. One has just happened. Again, before I go there, President Clinton, very popular American president, when he came back as president, the Arkansas bar charged him for lying on oath and for embarrassing the bar. He was suspended for 5 years and made to pay a fine of $25,000. The Supreme Court summoned him. Can you give us reason why we should continue to appear in the Supreme Court? He simply said, please, I will no longer appear. He just on his own. Now, he was left. Here, an attorney general wrote to INEC, don't obey this court order, positive order. Now, they couldn't get the NBA to move against him. A human rights body moved against him. And they suspended him as a senior advocate for 3 years. But that was not all. The man who was not allowed to be sworn in, just for the advice of the attorney general, went to court in Calabar. And the court declared that this attorney general is not fit to hold any public office in Nigeria. Luckily for him, he had left as attorney general. But the court prohibited him for life. The Supreme Court just upheld that decision in December. So that guy cannot hold any public office in Nigeria. So we must do the same thing for attorneys general that encourage disobedience of court order. The guy who is there now went to the Senate and said, we are not going to obey this order. We are not going to obey that one because of national security. I beg your pardon. National security is part of Section 45 of the Constitution. The last point, sir, there is a law, a provision of our law, Section 84 of the Sheriff and Civil Process Act, which requires you to obtain the fiat of the Attorney General, who is defeated in court, to allow you to garnish the account of the government. The Supreme Court has tried, to say, once the Attorney General is a party, you don't use this permission. But for other cases, and I think the NBA also has to take interest in this, I have filed a case on this. Luckily, the Attorney General of the Federation has said, please, Mr. Fallon, allow all the attorneys general in the country to join so that we can have this matter resolved once and for all. So that Section 84 has to be challenged. Luckily, in the case of Awemi and the president, Justice Aboki said, if we don't allow the likes of Gani to come to court, which attorney general would do so? Because since 1960, no attorney general has sued the government of which is a part. Therefore, we must encourage public interest litigation. For our judges, we must go back to what used to happen up to the 70s. Contempt of court, whoever you are then, the judges will apply the law of contempt. Go and obey a court order and you'll be given a number of days. If you don't do it, you go to prison. That no longer happens in our country. So we must go back to that era. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Just before we begin to take questions, I just want to ask one question from the Right Honorable. The question I'd like to ask is, you mentioned a number of things that has been done by the legislative arm of government in terms of ICPC and a number of other initiatives that has become an act of law that helps to secure the rights of citizens in so many ways. Where are the gaps today? Because obviously there are still quite a few gaps. And are there bills in the National Assembly today that are waiting to be completed? They're still sort of like languishing in the first reading or second reading, and what can be done
to aggressively push them so that they become law. Answering immediately to that, I would speak to the Section 84 of the Sheriffs and Civil Process Act. I personally have a bill which is at the committee stage, seeking to expunge that Section 84. And then we have other of my colleague, Honorable Linda Ikwazu, who equally had that. And so what we are trying to do is to do a consolidation of those bills, and then we are going to push it out of the committee stage very soon. And then talking about bills, you made mention about what we have done, getting the Constitution to be the people's Constitution. Probably you are aware of our trajectory, constitutional amendment trajectory. I will not speak to the time I wasn't around, which was in the first to the 8th Assembly. And I will not speak to the time which I will not be around, which is in the 10th Assembly, because I don't intend to go back there. So I will speak to the time that I'm around here. You are aware, tomorrow we are voting on the different clauses of the constitutional alteration. And then I have a copy of the report here with me. And one of the things that we've done is to seek to enlarge the scope of economic objective. We've added food security in bill number 65. We are altering section 16 of the Principal Act to to have another subsection 6A. The state shall direct its policy towards ensuring that strategies that guarantee food security of the nation regarding availability, accessibility, and affordability of food to the citizens are initiated, undertaken, and implemented, and a whole lot of other, which time would not permit me to state here. So this is another for such legislation before us, and tomorrow we are going to answer our Father's name on clause by clause, and thank God that under the House of Representatives, under the able leadership of the indefatigable Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, has been able to set and make provisions for electronic voting, and then tomorrow we are going to make sure that we vote on this, part of our effort towards that. But one thing I will keep saying, sir, because I might not be given opportunity, let me take this as if it's my closing comment here. I appreciate what the Attorney General of Sokoto is doing, and I will speak to a few issues here. One of them is that I would use a proverb. You started with the Yoruba proverb, but I won't speak the one in my language. But if you permit me, and so what does it mean? That the man who pees in the stream, if the father does not drink, the mother's side would drink from that stream. And I want to use an instance. If we don't make an effort as a people to give health care to the people, we will suffer. I'll give you an instance. When the National Association of Resident Doctors went on strike, I saw there's one hospital in Abuja, Cedar Crest. And you know that it's big people that would have access to Cedar Crest. And so they will go for a short time, they get attended to because they are privileged lot. But guess what happened? A whole lot of the privileged people have to sit for 6 to 8 hours with their money in their pocket. They could not be attended to because all the patients who would have gone to public hospitals were there. All the ones who would have been in Garaki General Hospital were there in that private institution. And so those privileged ones, who probably some of them are policy makers who did not make an effort to provide for healthcare for the common men, suffered one way or the other. Even with their money and their cards in their pocket, they sat for so many hours before they could be attended to. And so I'm saying this to say that leadership matters. And so one of the solutions we need here is let the members of the bar begin to look at the next leadership recruitment. Don't sit down and say what concerns me. Go and register in your ward to vote. Determine who should lead you in one way or the other. I speak as it concerns Sokoto State. What the governor has done in Sokoto State is typical of him. Again, he's a lawyer. And that's why I say push lawyers to become governors of state and presidents of country. Please, sir. And I was the Speaker of the House of Assembly. And then we had a meeting with, the Chief Executive never wanted us to vote for, what do they call it, independence of the legislature and the judiciary. And so it got to a point that the Speakers Conference had taken a position that we are going to vote for that. And then as a compromise, we are going to give them local government autonomy. And so they did not, were not still satisfied. So they called for a meeting between the governors forum and Speakers Conference. And so in the heat of this, I just asked to speak. I lifted up my hand. I said, I now Googled immediately, what was the position of a Right Honorable Aminu Tambuwa when he was a member of the House of Representatives? What was the position of Honorable Serake Dixon when he was a member of Representative on these issues? And I saw them. I said, Your Excellencies, this way you stand as members of the legislature. What has changed? Immediately, Governor Tambuwa said nothing has changed in his own case, that he supports the independence of judiciary and legislature. Governor Serake Dixon took that same point, and that was the two governors who pushed a position at the end of it all. We were allowed to go and vote without being removed as speakers of the houses of assembly in our respective states. And so what I'm saying, leadership matters a lot. So let's contribute to the next leadership recruitment in the country, men of conscience, men who work for the country. Because no matter what we say, you take attorney generals, whatsoever they do, they will come back and become ordinary citizens. We have attorney generals of the country today who are standing in courts. Could they have believed that they would face the challenges that they are facing today? And so karma comes quite silently. And whosoever is doing at any particular point in time, they will come back to sit with us as ordinary citizens. And whatsoever we have to do, let us make sure that we have men of conscience on the seat of power. Leadership is key, and we must look through that.
Thank you very much. Okay, are there microphones around? Okay, I'll take 3 questions at a time so that we can move very quickly. And please, comments reduced or non-existent so that we can just look at the questions being broached. Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator, for this opportunity. We are looking at the theme is Justability of Chapter 2 of 1999 Constitution, Pragmatic Measure for Government Accountability. From what we have said in general, I will say that the problem lies more with the judiciary. So I would rather look at it as pragmatic measure for judiciary accountability, because judiciary is part of the government. And I want us to look at it. It has a lot to do with interpretation. We seem to forget that the Supreme Court is the only court of policy in the country. What the Supreme Court says is the law is the law. Therefore, when these matters come before the Supreme Court, the way they interpret it has a lot to do on whether or not they can be enforced or whether they are actually justiciable. Now, I want to give just a little example of what happened recently. It has to do with this judicial autonomy, the matter that came before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court interpreted the law and left the country hanging as you speak on the issue of judicial autonomy. If the Supreme Court had gone further to say that the governors must obey this, like this, I think we will not. I won't say we are in a hangout situation now, because the Supreme Court has spoken. So the question again is, on the public litigation, the bar has proven itself. It is the first gate we meet is the judiciary. First, the local standard. Do you have a local standard in this matter? Do you can you bring this? When the court rules that you don't have locals, that is the end of that public litigation. Now, I want to say that in the award of the SAN, is there any consideration given to public litigation interest lawyers? No. That's why most lawyers refuse to go to court, because they are afraid that will act against them. So I also think that it must, if the issue of public litigation is added to the consideration for SCN, then you find out that most lawyers will start taking part in public litigation. In Nigeria, we have only two SCN taking issues of public litigation. That is Femi Falana and Adegoruwa. What are the rest? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take one here and one there, and then I'll let, Milord would like to very quickly address that. Please, we'll let Milord.
The Vice, let me just clear that. that what you have raised is not quite correct. It's taken into consideration. I happen to be a member of the Privileges Committee. We take it into consideration.
Well, my name is Dr. Moise Banre, and my question is simply to Luke, my brother there, that is it possible to actually remove that clause that is making it unenforceable, not justiciable in the Constitution? Is it impossible? Section 660 precisely. Because I'm sure you've gone around during the constitutional amendment, you've had a lot of people make presentation on this point. Why is it impossible to just remove it once and for all? And the thing just becomes like the political right.
Oh, yes, very quickly.
Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Abdullahi Karaye from MB Ngogo branch, Kano. My first question is to Mr. Femi Falana. Sir, much has been said about this African Charter. But sir, don't you think there is a conflict between it and the Constitution? In the sense that the African Charter says all these rights, these socioeconomic rights, are enforceable. You can go to court to enforce them. But that is not what the Constitution said. The Constitution said those rights are not justiciable. Now, we know Section 1 sub 3 of the Constitution, that any law that is inconsistent with the Constitution is, to the extent of its inconsistency, void. Now, don't you think, although there seems to be a solution in the African Charter, that solution has been made void by the provisions of the Constitution? And secondly, my question is to my Lord, the Honorable Chief Judge of Abia State. Very quickly. My Lord, don't you think that the greatest solution to this problem lies in the judiciary, in the way they interpret the Constitution? Although the African Charter has some limitations of implementation, don't you think that the courts can now say that no Nigerian can enjoy his right to life if there are no health facilities available for him to get medicine
like the
and
Indian
enjoy his
Supreme
life?
Court has done.
In the sense that if he's sick and cannot get medical help, that his right to life has been derogated upon, or that somebody cannot live a dignified life if he doesn't have a job, or if he has not gotten education.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, come this way very quickly. Okay, hold on 1 second. My Lord will like to speak, please. No, yeah.
Well, I just want to say one or two things. I believe that the judiciary is constrained in a certain way. And it is that I don't believe in the arrogance. Like, I'm in the Supreme Court. I don't believe in the arrogance that, oh, the law is what I say it is, no matter how absurd, no matter how contradictory to the very letters of the Constitution. There are some things you can stretch only just far. So if, like the suggestion the last speaker just made, that if you go as far as to say, because someone is poor for certain social reasons, and the person cannot afford to feed, automatically, and the person dies, automatically the state is responsible for the death of that person. I don't think there's any jurisdiction in the world where that has been carried that far. For example, you could say, where there's an authority that says you must give permission for this building to be erected to 5 floors, and the building is erected up to 10 floors, and people die. It is the duty of people to challenge the failure
of the authority who gave permission. That is justiciable. That is how much you can stretch it. I don't believe in the arrogance that, yes, the law is what you say it is because you happen to be up there. The law you must interpret the law with a bit of common sense. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman that was just going to speak and then, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is J.K. Gatama. I want to make a twofold intervention. One is by way of a comment, and the second one is a question. As regards the comment, in terms of where the problem lies between judicial activism and probably the inability to do a constitutional amendment or pass laws and what have you, I am also of the opinion that it is more with judicial activism. If we can do, like what Mr. Farana said earlier, what is being done in Pakistan, in India, and so on and so on, I think we'll go somewhere. Now, as regards the question, for goodness sake, what can we do as a bar, as a profession, to ensure that we change the culture of belief, trust in a leader to the Constitution? You see a Nigerian will want to believe what the governor says, what the president says, what the chairman of local government says, and that is his obedience to what he will do. It should be what the Constitution says. In other words, by way of analogy, what the law says. Whatever the question is, get your answer from what the law says, irrespective of whose ox is goer or who is involved. Let us not just consider primordial factors to guide our decisions, our actions, and so on and so forth. This is just my contribution.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
One question from there, the gentleman just next to him before we go this way, and then we'll wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Additional Adigute. Mine is actually to identify the unfortunate complexity in the Nigerian system. We actually have a very complicated system, and it is as a result of irresponsibility and very high impunity of political leaders that we have the situation where we have today. I will not blame just the judiciary, but judiciary certainly cannot be excused. What we have is a state where impunity is the order of the day, because we have judgments that have been secured, and I'm happy that the CJ of Abia State made reference to that. Even under chapter 4, that you don't get the benefit of the judgment that you have secured because of the impunity of the political leaders. And that certainly should be the first thing to be addressed. And I think that should be a way of penalizing government agencies, political office holders who failed to obey court orders. If we have legislation that makes it an automatic act of contempt that shall be enforced upon an order being granted or judgment being granted, and the agency or government political office holders or government agencies whose their responsibility is this to obey that order, fail to obey it, will go in, for contempt. Then one way or the other, we will have a whole lot of people who are responsible for the failure of our system to be put in prison. And
Thank you very much.
There's also need
we have
for us to look at the issue of...
Yeah, we have to close, sir.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. My intervention is in the area of what this meeting has achieved from my own perspective in awakening the bar to the primary responsibilities of lawyers. Now, the primary call, from my own understanding, of every legal practitioner is to serve the person of justice. And when I say legal practitioner, I'm not limiting it, that artificial demarcation between the bench and the bar does not apply from this perspective that I'm speaking. Now, any society that is found enjoying the very essence of the matter stated in Chapter 2 of the Constitution is a society that you can comfortably say has come to enjoy justice. So, from the historical perspective that Mr. Falana gave, sir, you have helped me to situate what I have considered as the problem that has actually militated against the discharge of that our primary cause as lawyers. Because that is an assault on our psyche as lawyers. We were taught from school that we can't do anything about this. And it also means that we have been deprived of the right mindset for us to actually perform that primary call to justice. Because we are told that this is a no-go area. So what this has done for me, and that is why I must thank the leadership of the bar today, and I join you in commending the leadership of Mr. Olumide Akpata for supporting SPIDEL to bring us to where we are today. This is simply telling us that awake to your responsibilities, you lawyers. Our primary calling is to make sure that the society enjoys all the matters enshrined in Chapter 2 of the Constitution. But because our psyche has been pauperized through the training that we got in school, we have been reduced to mere people who provide service for fees and nothing more. That primary responsibility to turn around the socio-economic situation of the country, we have lost it. We have completely lost it. But thank you, Falana, for bringing this perspective. And I commend the leadership of the bar, and that is to say that we are given the opportunity to take the lead, not simply in looking for cases for which we will be paid, but taking responsibility for the situation in this country. I had cause to say in a meeting that the primary responsibility of recovering this country, reforming this country, and repositioning this country is in the hands of lawyers.
Okay, thank you very much.
And it is with the discharge of this function. Thank you very much.
We have a question from a virtual participant.
Let's take that,
He
please.
says, how can we reconcile the full demand of the right against discrimination in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Section 42 and Section 14(3) on federal character?
Okay, all the questions asked, I would like the gentlemen, panelists. Yep. My lord.
Mr. Chair, I think let's not concentrate on trading blames. Who is more responsible? Who is more guilty? The bar and the bench is one profession. I said, let's look for solutions. There's a question Dr. Muiz asked. Why don't we just amend? It cannot be done now. They have just concluded constitutional amendments. You're aware. Before the constitution can be amended again, it will take years. It's not this sensible. So I think the more practical tool will be go to Chapter 2, lift item by item, legislate on them. That can be done by an act of the National Assembly. You can take an item, legislate on it. Once you make it an act of the National Assembly, it becomes justiciable. I don't even agree that this section 6.6 makes Chapter 2
not justiciable. I just looking at it. What is not justiciable is if you question an act or omission. If you question an act or omission, it's not justiciable. But if you come to benefit from chapter 2, it's justiciable. That's my view. That's why I say it is a matter of how you couch your claim. For instance, I had cause to, we have dilapidated court structures. One of our court hosts was to such a state as a human rights lawyer. So why not make it a ground of appeal that under this place, nobody can get justice? It becomes jurisprudential, you invite people to come and speak grammar. Those are the things. The lawyers, you find out human rights lawyers, when they're struggling, they are human rights lawyers. When they start eating very well, they say you don't understand.
Okay.
You did it because you are not fat. If you were fat, you would have dropped your activism. So please find out what I'm saying. I encourage the lawyers, bring up this case, couch your claims in such a way that we can give robust interpretation. That's what I'm saying.
It's true. It's true, my lord.
I have the right to be heard.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I just want to agree with my brother.
Yes.
That invariably, we've been sort of reactionary in our approach, and I agree with Mr. Falana. Reactionary. Nobody has taken a proactive step on this matter. For example, I looked at the second schedule, item 60. It's an opening that can be explored. If you look at the second schedule to the Constitution, item 60, it's an opening that can be explored. And both the bar and the bench can widen this opening very well. And I was trying to explain, just as my brother just did, that it's a right that it's a right that can be activated when an offense has been committed by a member of the executive or anybody that has deprived somebody of those rights directly. That was the point I was trying to make. It cannot be at large. It cannot be at large. It must be activated by the specific deprivation of a right to life. That was the point I was trying to make by giving that example of the collapsed building and all that and all that. So I hope I've made my point there. Thank you.
Okay, that would have to be 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Not more than 30 seconds.
Well, for me, I think enforceability of chapter 2 is quite desirable. But then, you may not be able to achieve that under this circumstance. Because what you have today, if it were to be a concern of the people wouldn't have legislated that chapter 2 will not be enforceable. But because it was foisted as a decree, chapter 2 becomes a problem. So we must advocate, we must mobilize. MB must take a lead in trying to ensure that Nigeria has a people's constitution, a constitution that can be held by the Nigerian peoples, not this one. I thank you very much.
Okay. Well, we have to wrap up, and I just want to quickly recognize my big brother as well, because I can't see him and not mention Professor Patutomi. Thank you. It's good to see you here. No, okay, just recognizing him. Okay, so as a way of wrapping up, 10 seconds, 10 seconds. That was 30, we'll do this one. 30 seconds, we got to go now. That will be the last one.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. In terms of looking for solutions, I would want to suggest that the judiciary should have its own judgment enforcement arm. Yes. The government is the biggest culprit when it comes to breaking the law. And you still leave law, judgment enforcement in the hands of the same government. It will never work except we change our mentality. Thank you.
Okay, so wrapping up now. In wrapping up, and I'll start from Mr. Falano in one or maximum 2 sentences.
Somebody wants to know whether there's a conflict between the African Charter and the Constitution. No. By virtue of Section 12, actually, what Section 13 is saying, 6, is that if after Section 6, there is a provision in the Constitution that allows enforcement, that will be no problem. You don't go back to Section 6. Section 12 of the Constitution provides that any treaty between Nigeria and another country or other organizations will be domesticated by the National Assembly. The African Charter has been domesticated, is been enacted by the National Assembly. So its provisions are allowed by the Constitution. And therefore, there's no conflict whatsoever. The last point, I beg you, and I think the honorable member of the House of Rep made the point. We must, as lawyers, go out there and be part of the democratic process. Lagos has 40 legislators in the Secretariat and House of Assembly, 24 House of Rep members, 3 senators. If you ask an average Lagosian here, who is representing the House of Rep, he may not know. And so we need to wake up and ensure that we get involved in the politics of our country. Mr. Moderator, on the case of the Supreme Court, my colleague has left. The executive order number 10 was properly interpreted by the Supreme Court. The danger of what my colleague is calling for is that if the Supreme Court has said the president has the powers to withhold or direct the Accountant General of the Federation to seize the money of state governments, the danger is that there will be no end to it. Tomorrow the president can seize other funds. But what the Supreme Court did was in line with its previous decision, particularly AG Lagos and AG of the Federation, where President Obasanjo seized the fund of local government in Lagos. And the Supreme Court said, no, you may not like the slow pace of the courts, but nobody is empowered to act outside the provisions of the Constitution. Thank you very much.
Very quickly, your final word, please.
Okay. So for us as SERAP, given what we've been doing, I think we can make that commitment that we'll continue to do what we've been doing, and that the various commitments made on all sides, the legislature, judiciary, backbench, is better tested at that forum as we continue with the public interest litigation. Thank you very much.
Right, Honorable, your final word. And I'm still wondering, why would you not go for another term in office?
No, that's personal. My final word is that I would be speaking for the judiciary. We've seemed to dump the blame on the doorsteps of the judiciary. But we have only used a case of Sokoto to exonerate the executive. How many judgments have we gotten and the judicial pronouncement that has not been enforced by the executive? Let's take, for instance, the part of aspirational goal is for you to have a good life, welfare, well-being. And then we had adulterated fuel that has spoiled your fuel pump, that has knocked your engine. And now, if we want to go to seek our right, though in such case it's not subjective, just like what my Lord was trying to say. Even if they go there and then they make a pronouncement, who since that day that we discovered that adulterated fuel and today, who have we held accountable? And so the executive still is, I wouldn't say guilty in this case, but so what I'm saying is that we should all join our hands. We should all join our hands to make sure that this country works. And then for us to do that, it boils down to leadership, leadership, and leadership.
Yes.
My Lord, your final word, but while you're saying it, do you still stand on the grounds that lawyers need to be more proactive and push and take the cases to court? Because if they don't, you have nothing
And
to
finally,
advocate.
on top of that, the NBA should be more active in pressurizing the state governments to obey court orders. Use your committees, work together with the local bar, the chief judges, and ensure that local governors obey court orders. That's where the problem is.
Thank you. And final word from the Attorney General. Mr. Usman.
I think we must realize that government must be held accountable when it comes to issue of realization of economic and social rights, because inherent in social contract is the fact that government must also ensure that it provides for the well-being of the lay, since it is from them that government derives its mandate and authority to govern. So all hands must be on deck, not just judicial activism, public interest litigation, constitutional amendment, and most importantly, citizen engagement. And this is where I will call on the Nigerian Bar Association, commending their efforts in championing the domestication of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act in the states, to champion the subscription at the subnational level to open government partnership, so that citizens will be engaged in holding the leadership to account and ensure the realization of the socio-economic rights.
Okay, last but not the least, Mr. Okorodudu.
I want to lay a lot of emphasis on the fact that if lawyers cannot pursue public interest litigation within the jurisdiction of their courts in Nigeria, the ECOWAS Community Court of Justice avails you that opportunity. And I think SERAP has done a lot in that regards. And I think with the reactivation of the West African Bar Association, we're trying to open the space for that to be able to be done. And similarly, the platform of attorney generals of the region, I think it would be a very enviable place to operationalize these rights as contained in Chapter 2. I want to encourage lawyers in Nigeria, especially, to look at peer learning. The Ghanaian bar, as they are today, a lot has been done along this path. And it would be wise if we have that by-country engagement that will bring all of these best practices to bear within our own jurisdiction in Nigeria. Thank you.
All right. My Lord, the chairman of this occasion, the president of the Nigeria Bar Association, senior advocates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you to the panel that I've got here today. And I want to say thank you to all of you who have been part of this conversation today. The key thing is obvious. Lawyers have to do more. The bench has to do more. Nigerians, especially civil societies and the NGOs, have to do more. So there's responsibility on every one of us to do a bit more for us to have exactly what we've asked for from what this conversation is all about. So I say thank you very much to all the panelists and thank you for being part of this conversation. My name is Kaide Akintemi.
Can we please celebrate our panel discussions, please, and our moderator? It was a very, very robust, enlightening, insightful, and thought-provoking conversation. But can we please hold on for a group photograph set? Thank you. So after this first photograph, I'll invite some members of the audience to join us. They will join. So after yours, they'll join you, sir. The chairman of the occasion, ma'am, please join them. Justice of the Supreme Court, the president of the bar, and the secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association as well. Chairman NBA SPIDEL, please join them as well. Thank you very much. Please applaud our panelists one more time as they exit the stage. We'll have another photo session, and that will constitute the president of the bar, Olumide Apata, Femi Falano, SAN, Honorable Justice Helen Oguwumiju, Dr. Monday Ubani, Honorable Onofik Luke, and Anthony Ojuku, SAN, for this photograph. So I'll go over the order again. Olumide Apata, President. Femi Falano, SAN. Honorable Justice Helen Oguwumiju. Dr. Monday Ubani. Honorable Onofik Luke. And Anthony Ojuku, SAN, for this photograph.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much. Please, can you take your seat? Can you take your seat, please? Now we are going straight away into the second section. Please, I plead with all our invitees to please hang around because the second section is going to be very exciting and interesting. And immediately after that, we go for lunch. Please don't go until we finish the second session. We have Dr. Jupu, who happens to be a senior advocate of Nigeria now, is the lead speaker in this. And we have so many other speakers that are already around. Please, under 30 minutes, we should be able to be through with the second section. Please don't go. Don't go, sit down and enjoy the second session. After which you go for a lunch. Please, we go for a lunch. Please sit down. Sit down, please.
Thank you very much for your participation and engagement so far. We will now get into the second plenary session in a few minutes. Can I ask that we please settle down as we get on with the second plenary session very quickly? We will start the second plenary session in a few minutes, but can I ask that we please have our seats as we get ready for the second plenary session, which will happen just before lunch. So we have lunch, but just before lunch, we will have our second plenary conversation, which promises to be exciting. So please let's have our seats as we prepare for that. The second plenary session starts in a few minutes, but can we please take our seats as we get ready to receive our moderator and the panelists? Well, wait, the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now get on with the second plenary session, which promises to be exciting and very, very enlightening. And it won't last too long. And before we go for lunch, can we please be settled as we get on with the second plenary session? No, I'll just invite them. Yeah. We'll reform. We thank you for your participation and engagement so far. The second plenary session starts right about now, and I'd like to ask that we please take our seats so that we can enjoy the second plenary session. Can we please take our seats as we officially start the second plenary session? It promises to be very short. Thank you very much. I will now be handing over to the moderator for the second plenary session, which also happens to be Kayode Akitemi. Over to you now, Kayode.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you please be seated so to no conversation, not working. Now call the lead presenter, Mr. Anthony Ojukwu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria and Executive Secretary of NHRC. Mr. Ojukwu, please join me here. Where is Mr. Ojukwu, and can we please make him feel welcome? Mr. Ojukwu. Can we have Mr. Ojukwu here, please? Ms. Yemi Adamaleko, Executive Director, enough is enough. Yemi Adamaleko, can we have you up here, please?
Can we please celebrate our panel discussants as they come up stage? Thank you very much. We'd also like to ask that we please settle in for the next plenary session, which will last about 30 minutes, just before we go for lunch. Thank you very much for your participation and your engagement so far.
Yemi, please come this way. Thank you. Samson Itodo, is Samson around or is joining us virtually? Is Samson around? Samson Itodo. Is Samson physically here or joining virtually? Samson Itodo, please join us. He's online. Okay, this way. And Cecilia Arosiola from Amnesty International. Where is Cecilia Arosiola? And then, of course, Professor Patutomi, please join us. Yes, yes. No, but don't worry. We'll, I'll tell you. And I think this way, sir. Mrs. Ojia Pampa, I understand is joining us. Yes, yes. So we have two people that are joining us virtually. Thank you, sir. We have two people joining us virtually, and that is the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Ekiti State. Can we see him on screen? And that is Mr. Olale Fakponda. He's joining us via Zoom. And then, of course, Samson Itodo of Yaga Africa is also joining us virtually. Okay, we can see Samson there. And we're just waiting for Mr. Fakponda, Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, Ekiti State. So, my lady, the Honorable Justice Helen Ogunwumiju, Justice of the Supreme Court and Chairman of this occasion, the President of the NBA, who I expect will join us in a minute, senior advocates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start the second session, but as usual, there is a paper that will help us understand what we're discussing. And we have senior advocates and executive secretary of NHRC, Mr. Anthony Ojukwu, to help us dissect the topic, unbundle it properly for us to be able to get into it and have a conversation as part of this town hall. Please help me make welcome and give him very warm welcome, Mr. Anthony Ojukwu, as he presents the paper.
My Lord, the Justice of the Supreme Court, the President of the Nigerian Bar Association, professional colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at the justiciability of Chapter 2 and the pragmatic measures for government accountability. Let me skip the preambulatory parts of it and look at the accountability framework, which was instituted by Chapter 2. The Chapter 2 establishes a constitutional tripartite accountability system. If you look at Section 13, it says it shall be the duty and responsibility of all organs of government and all authorities and persons exercising legislative, executive, or judicial powers to conform to, observe, and apply the provisions of this chapter of the Constitution. So we have legislative accountability, we have executive accountability, we have judicial accountability. And then, of course, we have the federal character principle also, which enjoins government to promote national unity and also to command national loyalty, ensuring that there shall be no predominance of persons from a few states or from a few ethnic or other sectional groups in government. Also, we have the accountability by the media. Section 22 of the 1999 Constitution provides that the Nigerian media shall at all times be free to uphold the fundamental objectives contained in this chapter and uphold the responsibility and accountability of government to the people. It is worthy to note that the mass media as a sector or a profession and a collection of platforms is the only body, the only agency mentioned in the Constitution and appropriated with the sacred duty of accountability. And then we'll have the citizens' accountability as well. A major part of Chapter 2 says that often gets ignored is the duty of the citizens to the nation. Like most modern constitutions, the chapter recognizes the role of citizens in governance as a cornerstone to participatory democracy. Section 14(2)(c) provides that the participation by the people in their government shall be ensured in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution. Now, looking at the general arguments for non-justiciability and justiciability, it's been shown through research that the argument that Chapter 2 is not enforceable for one reason, because of inchoate nature, because of unprecise nature, and because of difficulty in implementation, because of budget, and so on and so forth, is no longer sustainable. Socioeconomic rights are said to be positive rights, which require the state to expend resources to provide remedy, whereas civil and political rights are negative rights, which simply require that the state refrains from unjust interference with individual liberty. On the negative and positive rights argument, it casts the duty on the state to act or take action. It is important to state that the enforcement of political and civil rights also require resource expenditure, because, of course, if police is going to enforce your right to property, it has to put some things in place to be able to enforce that, which will also require resources. So it's not only the enforcement of social and economic rights that require resources. Now, it has also been argued that judicial review of socioeconomic rights may not necessarily require the determination of a particular level of expenditure or the exact method of spending the resources. A judgment can simply consist of merely pointing out where the violation has occurred and then instruct that it should be remedied in whichever way the authority deems most appropriate, or simply that an appropriate inquiry should be instigated. Thus, a court can simply issue an injunctive order requiring the state to abstain from destroying or contaminating food sources of its citizens. And this does not involve resources as such. It has also been further argued that if expenditure is involved for remedial actions, judges are very sensitive to their constitutional duties within the state and will not unreasonably authorize large sums of money to be spent unless it is absolutely necessary. In the case of Sobromoni versus Minister of Health in South Africa, which involved the application of their section 27.3 of their constitution, they provided that section provided that no one may be refused emergency medical treatment, and somebody who wanted to go through a heart and liver something now said, because of this, the state has to treat me free. And the court said that in such a case, which involves, a highly expensive kind of thing, that provision of the constitution does not mean that the state has to provide that free treatment. Also, in the American case of Brown and Board of Education, the court used its proactive nature to deal with the issue of the policy of segregation of blacks in the American educational system and describes them as radical and progressive. Now, making socioeconomic rights enforceable will promote democracy and enhance the enforcement of civil and political rights. I mean, the indivisible nature of human rights is very clear. Socioeconomic rights are essential to the provision of necessary resources in order to live a minimally decent life within the society. If there are rights that should be protected and enforced, then they should be the socioeconomic rights. Socioeconomic rights can be considered as components of commitment to individual freedom and as a means of enabling civil and political rights to coexist. Of course, it has been said off and on that what is the meaning of right to life if you don't have food, or if you cannot get medical services? You are just going to die. What is the essence of right to privacy if you cannot have shelter? If you have right to privacy and you're living under the bridge, what does it mean to you? Now, there's also the argument about vagueness and indeterminacy as one of the grounds for not making socioeconomic rights justiciable. Of course, the Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights has issued general comments. General comment 3, it stated that where it said that state parties to the present covenant undertake to ensure the equal right of men and women to the enjoyment of all economic, social, and cultural rights which are set forth in the present covenant. And case laws have been developed in some jurisdictions like South Africa and India to demonstrate coherence in the application of socioeconomic rights in domestic jurisdictions. So that argument that socioeconomic rights are inchoate, or it is difficult for judges to just pin their feet down and give something which is exact, it does not hold water anymore. And the argument that national institutional incompetence or complexity of adjudication may hamper judges from dealing with socioeconomic rights, that has also been proven that is not sustainable. So these foregoing arguments demolish the argument put forward for non-justiciability of socioeconomic rights. It's argued that the non-justiciability argument based on the division of human rights into civil and political rights on the one hand, and economic, social, and cultural rights appear to be not only political, but artificial and unnecessary. More so when it has been declared that human rights are interdependent, indivisible, and interrelated, and that the realization of socioeconomic rights will be necessary for the actualization of civil and political rights. Both civil rights and socioeconomic rights give rise to a cluster of obligations. The primary duty, where the state should not interfere with individual activity, which is the duty to respect. The secondary duty, where the state should protect individuals against other individuals, which is the duty to protect. And then the tertiary duty to facilitate or provide for individual, which is the duty to fulfill, which are the three main duties of the state: the duty to respect, the duty to protect, and the duty to fulfill. Now, in looking at the attitude of the judiciary to chapter 2, of course, like has been said, the attitude, the first case which we had under our own constitution was Okoje and the Attorney General of Lagos State, where, of course, it said chapter 2 is non-justiciable. And of course, we have moved further from there. Now we have had cases, Attorney General of Ondo and Attorney General of the Federation. We have also had the case which was instituted by our own Ubani against the SSS, and as well as in the case of Odofe and others and the Attorney General of the Federation. I want us to concentrate on the pragmatic measures that have been taken to make accountability to bear for chapter 2. And the leading guide on this was the decision of the comment of Nikki Toby in the case of Anache and others in Ray Olafisoye. Nikki Toby said, the non-justiciability of section 66C of the Constitution is neither total nor sacrosanct, as the subject provides a leeway, as the Constitution itself provides a leeway by the use of the words, except as otherwise provided by this Constitution. This means that if the Constitution otherwise provided in another section, which makes a section or sections of chapter 2 justiciable, it will be so interpreted by the courts. The court was therefore of the view that chapter 2 will be justiciable under certain circumstances. The first is where the Constitution makes another provision on any of the subjects in the chapter, which being outside the chapter is justiciable. We have made references to some schedules. For instance, the schedule which says all international treaties to which Nigeria has ratified will be applicable in the industrial court. So, despite the fact that chapter 66 has said chapter 2 rights are non-justiciable, International Labour Organization issues are things concerning labor union, right to work, and all that. So that can be applicable in the industrial court, and that's chapter 2 for you. Now, where the National Assembly also makes specific legislation outside chapter 2, then those economic and social rights become applicable. A clear example is the case of UBE Act, which makes education compulsory up to a particular age. The National Health Act is there. We have the National Health Insurance Act. Of course, we have talked today about the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, which deals with the issue of corruption, and ICPC. So where the legislature, and I was listening to Honorable Adefok today, what the legislature can do really is to make sure that each and every part of chapter 2 that deals with economic and social rights, they can legislate specifically on them, and we just keep section 66 and there'll be no use for section 66. We'll just sidetrack it and make sure that all these things become applicable. Now, chapter 2 could also be justiciable if the breach also constitutes the breach of chapter 4. If a breach of chapter 2 constitutes a breach of chapter 4, of course, the issue of chapter 4 will override it, and that will be applicable as well. Chapter 2 can also be justiciable by invoking the provisions of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. This has been emphasized today over and over again. And like my Lord, the Chief Judge of Abia State said, I think what we lawyers should do is to frame our claims in a particular way. If you are coming for social and economic rights, You can frame it, don't frame it under chapter 2 of the Constitution, because the courts may likely shy away. But if you frame it under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which makes it justiciable, I'm sure the situation will change. And that has happened in the African Commission, where I think in the case of Serap and against the government, where they said the council from the Ministry of Justice said these are rights which are under chapter 2 of the Constitution, and the court said no. Yes, under the Constitution of Nigeria, we understand that, but that the claims before that court has been framed under the African Charter, and that they were bound to apply the African Charter. So we have a myriad of cases that have looked at all these issues. But let me conclude, because my time is up, on looking at how the Indian jurisdiction and the South African jurisdiction has, taken, proactive ways. And that is why it seems as if we keep on talking about the role the judiciary has to play in this matter. Yes, we are not putting the blame on the doorsteps of anybody, because chapter 2 is very clear. Every organ of government has a responsibility to make it applicable, but we think that it is a little bit easier, and within the realm of lawyers, at least, we are not in the National Assembly. So MBA is a profession, and we have to look at it from where we can get a quick win. And the court, both the court and MBA are the marketplace of lawyers. And we think that if there is close collaboration between MBA and the courts, we could save the day. So the Nigerian judiciary, with due respect, is enjoined to do some kind of proactive approaches by looking at the jurisdictions in South Africa and India to see how they can, get into creative efforts towards enhancing the enforceability of directive principles of state policy. And these approaches are through the following ways. This is how the jurisdictions in South Africa and India have been looking at it. The Declaration of Indisability of Fundamental Rights on one hand, and the directive principles of state policy on the other, they go hand in hand. Chapter 4 and Chapter 2 are intertwined. They are interdependent, they are indivisible. Like we said before, what is the meaning of right to privacy if you don't have shelter? What is the meaning of right to life if you have no food? You will die. You are going to lose that right. So if we start looking at it from there, I think it's a good escape route for our judiciary to say, yes, we have seen this, especially where we have another legislation like the UBE Act, the National Health Insurance Act, the EFCC Act, which is saying that a right, is recognized by this law made by the National Assembly, which is authorized by the Constitution. The court can easily say, look, this right to health is as important, because if you don't have right to health, you are going to lose your right to life. In that way, the indivisibility between Chapter 4 and Chapter 2 can be interpreted in a proactive way to give life to economic and social rights. The assertion of the doctrine of substantive due process, which is that every issue concerning the Chapter 4 should go through the test of, is it fair, is it reasonable, and then is it just? So by the time you look at that, it will also bring you to the same point where we are saying, if somebody dies because he did not eat food, is it proper to say he has no claim, he has no right to anything, when you know that without this food he would have lost his right to life? Then we need to expand the scope of the fundamental right to life as encompassing the basic necessities of life, such as adequate nutrition, clothing and shelter, and facilities for reading, writing, and expressing oneself in diverse forms. Like we will say that, if you are an illiterate, what is the right to freedom of expression for you? The Freedom of Information Act becomes useless if you are not literate. And then the involvement, the use of public interest litigation is very, very key to this issue. We think it should be used as a tool to achieve social objectives by enabling easy access to the courts for those disadvantaged socially and economically. And a conscious attempt may be made to relax the rules of standing, because the issue of locus, I mean, if we don't relax the issue of locus, the issue of public interest litigation is going to die. And courts should be emphatic in stating the consequences of disobedience to their orders or non-implementation of their judgments and rulings. This implementation of court decisions is a major challenge. I was talking to the media outside and I say, look, as public officers, we are paid with the taxpayers' money. And if a public officer refuses to obey a court order, I think the first thing the lawyer should do is probably at least do a contempt. And if the contempt is slammed against that person, the media and everybody, we should all join hands and make sure that we make the person uncomfortable that he will resign his position. And I told them that also public institutions, like was mentioned by one of the people, swear and say that in taking oath of office, that they are going to abide by the Constitution, they are going to abide by the laws of the land. And if a public officer is not doing that by refusing to obey court order, let's say it's the Inspector General of Police or the Executive Secretary of National Human Rights Commission, by the time he's put on the hot seat because of his oath of office, we shouldn't be keeping quiet. NBA can play a lead in this. And I believe that even though people don't resign in Nigeria, we'll start getting people who resign soon if we do that. Now, the courts should also normally explain the legal basis of their intervention, because this is a new area. So for us to build the jurisprudence, the court need to explain the interconnectivity between these rights as the basis of their decisions. I think what the problem is the lower courts are afraid. You know, our judicial system is heavy on precedents. So, but don't be afraid of what the higher courts are going to do in this area. We should sensitize the judiciary to come with us on this matter, because I think one thing that bothers every judge is maybe he's going to be criticized on appeal or messed up and so on and so. That is why also I think the Supreme Court should also help us here, because if the Supreme Court gives us one solid judgment based on this interrelatedness, then everybody will follow it as precedent. So I think we should, NBA can do some sensitization with the Supreme Court, the Court of Appeal, and let us see whether we can get one positive, clear judgment on this, and everybody will follow along the line. The court's intervention should be invoked in cases of failure by statutory and constitutional authority to perform their functions or take care of these problems. The directive principle of state policy is like a beneficial or social welfare legislation. Therefore, the Nigerian courts must interpret it to achieve that benefit for which it is inserted in the Constitution. The courts must adopt a very liberal construction and ensure that every doubt is resolved in favor of the citizens for whose benefits the chapter was introduced. The court therefore needs to be liberal, innovative, dynamic, and pragmatic in the interpretation of the provisions of this charter. I hope, my colleagues, this has given you some pedestal which you can now criticize us and tear us into pieces. Thank you very much.
Mr. Anthony Ojukwu. Now, like we did earlier this morning, we want to unbundle this and make it possible for us to find primarily solutions rather than just identifying the problems. A lot of people have said in the past that if you want to know what the problems of Nigeria, all those problems are, you don't need lawyers, you don't need doctors, you don't need politicians. Just go to the bus garage and ask them. Every single one of them know all the problems of Nigeria. They just don't have the solution. And that's why we're here to seek the solutions. So let's start, and I want to take a different approach. I will start with Professor Patutomi and say, in terms of accountability, and finding solutions to make it possible for us to make our politicians accountable to Nigerians and to the Constitution, especially looking at it from the perspective of Chapter 2 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You've been in that position and you're probably quietly still in that area or that jurisdiction, so to say. Professor Patutomi, what is it we need to do when we say we're seeking solutions that would make it possible to have the level of accountability that makes Chapter 2 justiciable?
Well, thank you so very much. Let me say that I'm enormously excited to be here today because as probably everybody in the Lagos Bar knows, I've beaten up on lawyers for years on these matters. Because like several have said today, I believe that the peg, the anchor to the rule of law is the role of the Nigerian Bar Association. I'm giving them examples of Pakistan and elsewhere in the world where lawyers have, in fact, gone on the streets to demonstrate as far as there. Why is this so important? Again, I am primarily a student of institutions and economic performance. And the best thinking on how institutions evolve, in my opinion, come out of some of the work that was done by a gentleman called Douglas North. And part of the point that Douglas North makes so well in that very insightful work is that it is interested parties, like in this case, the civil society organizations, business associations, whose engagement ultimately lead to the boundaries that become the institutions, which are the things that lead to sustainable performance. And I think that the bar has a very, very important role in that regard. And this meeting is a critical path down that track. If lawyers, I've argued very loudly many times that if lawyers call out attorneys general who have misbehaved and prevent them from coming back to becoming another regular lawyer, it will lead to a different kind of behavior from them. If their peers hold them accountable, they will behave differently. And this leads me almost straight into judicial activism, as I like to call it. They may not want to put it that way. An example I give all the time is, why is the United States of America typically the place where it is easiest for a bright young entrepreneur with no money, nothing, but just bright idea, manage to get the resource to build a great business that disrupts major businesses? Well, the typical argument is that it has come out of the work of an activist judiciary in the United States of America. In fact, in one of the best, again, writings on this subject by two professors at University of Chicago Graduate School of Business, Raghuram Rajan and Luigi Zingales, they celebrate the judgments of Justice Charles Brandeis in the US Supreme Court for how the United States managed to become that kind of country. And so I think that it is important, first of all, that our judges, in educating themselves about what has happened around the world, in building their own sense for the history of the country and where it should be going, act in particular ways. I give a very simple example on this chapter 2 and all of that. From understanding economics, you can understand the leeriness, if you will, about, if you start, awarding all these judgments on these matters, the state can become bankrupt and all the examples. Is there money to do it? Even though most of the comments have shown that it's possible to go differently. However, if you, as a judge, just ruled, Mr. Governor, you cannot be flying to Abuja every week in chartered planes when people have not had basics in your state. That will have an impact that will make a difference. And so that kind of judicial activism Not saying to you, okay, you say, look, we're bankrupt, we don't have money. But, so we can't do it. You can't, Mr. Governor, spend this kind of public money when you have not taken care of these basic rights of people. I mean, I think that kind of activism will make a significant impact on the behavior of people who hold public office in Nigeria. This is where I think we should begin.
Okay, so as part of where we begin, just sitting next to Professor Patutomi is Yemi Adamolekun, whom I know very well, and I know her antecedent. Enough is enough, and yourself have pushed the agenda of office of the citizen. And you pushed it in the direction that things cannot be left to just lawyers and judges, the bar, the bench, and so on. Nigerians have to take their life by the scruff of the neck and say, we are going to make things happen. Holding politicians accountable and making sure that we claim our right as it says in the Constitution, especially Chapter 2 that says, it shall, the office of the executive, of the legislature, and the judiciary, making it possible for those things to happen. So Yemi, help us understand, what do citizens need to do to make this happen?
Thank you very much. And I thank you to the NBA for the invitation. I was Googling frantically because Professor Otomi referenced Louis Brandeis and his summary of a judgment. And at the core of what you referenced, the office of the citizen, he's one of the people that actually uses that phrase. And the quote from him was, the most important political office is that of the private citizen. So the notion of the office of the citizen that EIE talks a lot about is the fact that ultimately the citizen is the most important person or has the most important office in any government, because anybody who's in either elected or appointed office is in office because citizens vote and the citizens in a sense pay their salaries. But unfortunately, this is Nigeria's 22nd year of uninterrupted democracy. But we assume people should understand how a democracy works, either by osmosis or by magic, because we don't teach it. There's nothing in our educational curricula or any other curricula that teaches citizens what it means to live in a democracy. We were talking about chapter 2, and chapter 2 talks about both the rights, as Mr. Ojukwu said, and the responsibilities of citizenship. So as an organization, that's what we try to teach, that your citizenship comes with rights, yes, right to education, all the things that we're talking about, but also has responsibilities that you owe the state as a citizen. So I think for me, I mean, with the first panel and also what Mr. Ojukwu has laid out, I'm not sure there's any really a debate from where I sit if chapter 2 is justiciable. I think it is. And I think there's been enough evidence given to why it is and how it can be done. But then the issue then is, why is it not? Or why is it done as much as it should be? So we talked about public interest litigation, but ultimately I'll use myself as an example. When I started working in this space, some things just made basic sense. You elect people into office, they don't do their jobs, you vote them out. It was pretty simple to me. But then I realized that you can't fight for a right you don't know you have. So you can't try to fight for what is in chapter 2 that is your right if you don't know they are your rights. Exactly. If they don't know that you're your rights, that's a starting point before you even debate if you can go to court for them. You can't even fight for them. And that's where a lot of Nigerians are, both educated, uneducated. And if you then add the fact that we're the poverty capital of the world and what that means for literacy, it just means that a lot of Nigerians simply don't know what rights they have and how to get them. So we talked about the different ways that you can fight for it, but I think fundamentally we must recognize that there's a lot of work to be done in both educating citizens on the rights that they have, or has been said in the earlier panel, the role of lawyers in being sort of I'm sure there are nice phrases for what lawyers do, like vanguards really in pushing for these rights to be enforced beyond just, as a gentleman who spoke earlier, beyond just briefs for fees, but also being able to push what the Constitution says, or interpreting the law in a way that's for the public good.
Okay, so let's move very quickly to Cecilia Rosiola. And some Nigerians and people around the world really would say that the rights of citizens is what Amnesty International is consistently trying to protect. Help us understand, is it limited to rights against being criminalized or rights against political discrimination and things like that? And then let's relate that to this chapter 2 of the Constitution, which is supposed to be something that people should be able to say, I want education and I'll get it. I need health and I'll get it. In fact, somebody talked about the fact that you can't say you have a right to life if you don't have a right to health care. So help us from your perspective as Amnesty International.
Yeah, very interesting question, I must say. And I'll take us right here in Lagos. So between November 2016 and April 2017, there's a community called Otodogbame here in Lagos. 30,000 people were forcibly evicted. They lost their homes, children lost their schools, people lost their livelihoods. People died because they were forcibly evicted. Security agents used force to evict them. So that means their homes were burnt down, destroyed, a violation of their rights to shelter. They went to the High Court to sue the government. And then in June 2017, the Lagos State High Court had ruled that that is a violation of their right, in the sense that any forced eviction without resettlement is unconstitutional. And then the High Court ruled that the government should consult with the people, resettle them, and pay compensation. We are in 2022, 6 years on. Community members still live in other shanties, hungry, worse off, living in deplorable conditions. So my question is, litigation, the purpose of litigation is defeated if this judgments are not enforced. And then the question is, when we talk about equality, do people actually get their rights? Amnesty International is a global movement of over 10 million people across the world. And our core vision is a world where everyone can enjoy their rights, whether civil and political, economic, social, and cultural rights. So it means that these rights are interdependent, as Mr. Ojukwu said, they're interrelated and they're indivisible. And I mean, we've had this argument about justiciability. I'll take us to 2 principles of international law. So I'll take us to the Article 27 of the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties, which says that a state party cannot invoke the provisions of its domestic law to justify its failure to sort of like fulfill treaty duties, treaty obligations. Nigeria has domesticated the International Covenant, has ratified the International Covenant on Economic and Social Rights. I mean, it's over how many years now? And people still don't have access to some of these rights. Another one is Article 8 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which says everyone has a right to effective remedy when your rights are being violated. So you can seek for effective remedy, timeous remedies that are adequate to the harm you have suffered. But if we look at our country, is this the case? I very much agree that we have a lot of work to do when it comes to, I kind of noticed some judicial conservatism in the country where, I mean, we are being conservative. And it's quite interesting that legal practitioners can use civil and political rights to protect economic, social, and cultural rights. They've done it in India, they've done it in Bangladesh, Pakistan. I mean, human rights systems that are evolving are using this to protect people's rights. Mr. Ojukwu has spoken about the right to food and the right to life. So, I mean, we have to just be innovative. We as legal practitioners have to be innovative, because the point is, injustice to one is injustice to all. You don't have to be in the shoes of those communities who are poor, who don't have access to shelter, who don't have access to food for us to feel what they want. I mean, it might not be juicy for us. You want the big cases, but as ministers in the temple of justice, we have to protect this right. And I think it is very, very important.
Thank you very much. Let me go to Mr. Pampa. You had integrity organization. And one of the areas that gives concern from the session we had this morning, it gives a lot of concern to a lot of people that politicians don't seem to respect decisions of the court. And yet they will come out and say, I'm a man of integrity. And yet they don't do the right things in that perspective. What can be done, especially now that we're approaching 2023? In the immediate, what can be done to ensure that we have some solutions on the table that we can immediately implement, as NBA is trying to do, that will help Nigerians and help politicians who are seeking office in 2023 to make sure that this conversation will not be something we'll have again another 3 to 4 years and still be where we are.
Thank you very much. I'll make 2 quick submissions. The first is that we don't seem to realize that our constitution is out of step with our politics. What do I mean? If you look at the provisions of Chapter 2 of the Constitution, it's talking about an egalitarian society. But that is not what Nigeria is. Nigeria is a corporatist state, meaning that it is really the configuration of powers that manage to wrest control of the state who determine the direction of state policy. It's not the Constitution. So when we see the things, that's why I think the people who are writing the Constitution had that dilemma. How do we square it? We know this is what we need as a country, but we know that is not how we're governed. So, but I think that the entry point that was left, I think in clause 16 of that same one, that was trying to reiterate the importance of certain things being done, plus clause 60 in the second schedule, leaving the opportunity that is pointing back to the executive, the legislature, and so it's coming back to the quality of persons you have. Let's take that now finally to the definition of accountability. What is this thing called accountability? It is knowing what task has been set, which is why you take an oath of office, accepting to do it and going about it with a sense of probity. 2 things, scrutiny and disclosure. So if we are not getting what we need, then the transparency is very weak. We have to really expose what goes on, not only in the courtroom, not only on the side of the legislature, not only on the side of the executive, because people have made certain promises and taken an oath of office. We don't have enough of that exposure of how they're actually performing with data, with details of who actually voted which way, in a way that the public can engage with. Takes me back to the comment that Ms. Adamoleku made with the level of education of the citizenry. Somehow we have to make a quantum leap in that area to join the two in order to give some force to accountability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me go to our friends online, and I'll start with Samson. Samson Itodo, can we get to see him? Hello, Samson, good to see you again. From the perspective of Yega Africa, and from the perspective of a lot of young Nigerians who feel so sad that we're where we are, and who will be excited about the conversation today that relates to their fundamental rights, that is couched as a chapter in the Constitution, but often described as non-justiciable and unenforceable. What are the things, because we're looking for solutions, what are the things that you will put on the table and say, this is one of the ways forward for the next 8 to 9 months, or even the next 12 months before we have the election, and we make the choice that would influence our lives for the next 4 years?
Well, thank you very much. Please confirm you can hear me.
Loud and clear.
Oh, okay, thanks. I think the previous speakers have contributed immensely to responding to that question, and also the lead presentation by the learned SAN and ES of the National Human Rights Commission. There's one assumption, however, I think we need to address. And I think as we go through this conversation, there's that assumption that we're dealing with a political class that cares about democratic values. And the reality is we're actually dealing with a political class that does not care about these values. So we have a constitution without constitutionalism, and they have absolute disregard, you know, for those values that underpin a constitution. And so they don't have respect for the rule of law. And so when we talk about, you know, failure of the state to respect court judgments, so I want us to keep that assumption at the back of our minds. But three quick things. One, as we talk about judicial activism, which I strongly support, I think, and for their lordships who are in the room, should note that when we make the call for judicial activism, we're not asking their lordships to step into the arena of electoral politics or politics. We're only asking them to be fair. We're asking them, you know, to expand the interpretation of our laws in such a way that it fosters justice. So, because one of the concerns that I've heard judges express is the fact that activism, judicial activism, facilitates straying into the arena of politics for judges, and so they wouldn't want to do that. So I think our judges should be comfortable, and that when we make these demands, we're not asking them to step into politics. Rather, we want them to expand, you know, the interpretation of some laws, and also to foster fairness, because we're making this demand against the background, you know, of laws that do not advance human rights. The second, Kayode, is about what support mechanisms do we have for judges who deliver landmark judgments. The same way we want, you know, to use naming and shaming or register of attorneys generals who act against public interest. I think that the NBA can also, you know, provide some support mechanisms for judges who issue landmark judgments around socioeconomic rights. That can help and, you know, foster and promote the culture of judicial activism. I think the last point that I'll make, particularly on the issue around compliance and how we make this a political issue and an agenda for 2023, is you're going to have party manifestos that will be produced by political parties ahead of 2023. Can we make rule of law a political issue in the 2023 elections? That we have conversations around the rule of law, and parties should, you know, share with Nigerians how, you know, they're going to respect what commitments they are making to constitutionalism, as well as the rule of law. I think this is critical. Just to add to some of the submissions that the speakers have made, and I agree with the consciousness of citizens. You also have the agencies of protection like the Human Rights Commission, who should play their roles. And I think the paper already highlights a lot of those recommendations that will help in providing and raising the ante around the justiciability of the socioeconomic rights in our constitution.
Thank you very much, Samson. Now the other panelist who is online, I will come to you now, Mr. Olawale Fakonda, who is the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice of Ekiti State. The question I'll be asking you is simple, and it's not meant to be a tricky one. We know that if we have a problem, we have to identify the problem
before we find a solution to it. If we don't know what the problem is, it's almost impossible to find a solution to a problem we don't know or can't identify. It's been mentioned here that the political class can be a bit rascally and irresponsible, especially more so in Nigeria than most other areas of the world. Would you agree to it as somebody who is in a political office that it is true? And if you do, what do you think will be an immediate solution that will help us address this problem? Unless, of course, you say that is not true and it is not a problem in Nigeria.
Well, thank you. I will not fall into that, into the pit that you have dug by answering the question either way. So you have set the question. If you like, I will answer the question the way I understand it. We could be anything. Well, first, I think, and since this is a lawyers' conference, I think it's important to make a number of observations. And the first, for me, is as lawyers, are we really interested, or have we shown sufficient interest in the politics of the moment? The second other issue I would also like to put across is this change that we've talked about all day, including the justiciability or otherwise of chapter 2, socio-economic and political rights. Is it fair to say that change can largely come from the bench or the polls? And stretching that query further, is it fair to also hold judicially responsible for inability as a country to elect appropriate persons to important positions? Now, bringing the discussion further home again to the back, how many of us have PVCs? How many lawyers nationwide even have PVCs? How many of us, are ready to stand in the sun on election day to vote? Surely, as we say, that has been said frequently now on various social media platforms. Voting is not done on social media. You find so many debates on social media. Even on election day, people are still debating on social media while others are voting. And as lawyers, what is really our attitude towards participating in politics? Do we still see those of us that have stuck out our neck to engage this process as being just outcasts? Surely, and from my limited experience in government now, this is my second time as Attorney General, it is clear, if there's anything clear to me, it is that, if you are not around the table when those decisions are made, it will not happen, particularly if you have a progressive mentality. So if you want laws that will affect the lives of people, in my case, I even have a civil society background. If you want laws that that will make the impact, if you are not there, it's simply not going to happen. And that is the quality, So if you are not there, if you don't stick out your neck, if you say politics is left for dirty people, for want of a better language, who is going to really take us to this ideal that we have spoken a lot about all day? Now let's talk about the judiciary. Are we even concerned about how judges are appointed? I know under the leadership of President Olu Akpata now, focus is now being more than ever on how judges are appointed. These judges that we want to interpret or to break grounds or to engage in judicial activism, how many of them really know what we are talking about? Surely, a judge that wants to interpret chapter 2 in a manner that meets the aims and aspirations of people will himself have to be well informed of those issues. And do we have that quality? And I'm not talking about quantity. Do we have quality assurance And finally, back to the lawyers themselves. I agree with what the panelists, I'm not sure whether it was this one or the former session. In Nigeria today, there are too few lawyers working in the public interest. Too few. We've been saying this forever. I know when Tony Ojukwu and I began this thing in National Human Rights Commission, getting lawyers to be interested. For many years, it was only Femi Falana that was constantly engaged. How many lawyers are really interested in public interest litigation? Surely, for judges to be able to make any pronouncement, it has to come. It has to, so somebody has to institute to the suit. It has to be presented appropriately by a lawyer. So if you are talking about a country of how many thousands lawyers, and you already, somebody said only 2 lawyers. Well, maybe there are not 2 lawyers, but the tragedy of Nigeria today is that there are too few lawyers that are interested in public interest litigation. And that's why we are here today. Thank you. I'm sure I've avoided your question.
Very much. So I will take, you did give some very good solutions and you did make some very strong points. Thank you very much. I'll come back to you in a bit, but I'll take the same question to Professor Patutomi. Would you, in your case, say it is true that we have quite a few rascally and unconventional politicians, for want of another word? Would you say that we have them in large numbers in Nigeria?
Are you kidding? We have a majority of rascally people who should not be in public life in those positions. And we saw it evolve. It happened before our eyes, and in many ways, we are all guilty for why it is the way it is. Look, we used to have quality people in politics. Go back to the 50s and 60s. Look at the people who were in that arena. They were people who lived a simple life in the main and made service the essence of their involvement. Just yesterday and today, I started an example just to keep repeating it. Ad nauseam, if I will, to give people a sense for what politicians were supposed to be. Onyeka Onwenu often makes the point of our father. He was a school principal in Etonia High School in Port Harcourt, was a member of the federal parliament, rode around in his bicycle, and borrowed money from her mother in the federal parliament. How many of the people in today's federal parliament would live like that? Look, and this is irresponsibility as far as I'm concerned. The way Nigerian politicians live, act is irresponsible, okay? And we allow them to get away with it. You look at the motorcades, and they see the hunger. How did it happen? It happened because, in my view, when the military intervened, politicians had been subdued, quote unquote, in '66. There was basically one opposition source left, intellectuals. And so they went after the intellectuals in trying to subdue them. They created this image that thinking is a problem, is theory, it's not practical. Okay? And through a season of military rule, state capture became the essence of power. And state capture for use to advance the self-interest rather than the common good of all. After this culture established itself, we came to a point where obviously the military could not sustain their act and had to leave. The politicians, those people who followed the Awolowas of this world, the Okbaras, the Madubelos and co, who understood service, did not think the military were really ready to go in 1998. So they stayed back to watch this funny thing. And the soldiers and their bagmen moved into the space. Once they moved into that space, and oil price was at $9 when Abacha was going, oil price went to 100 and something dollars. And these fellows used state capture to pocket the Commonwealth and used money to erect barriers of entry into public life. And we were done, more or less. And so since then,
sorry, sir, because I've just been told we've got a few minutes left, if you don't mind,
yes,
can you then help us profess solutions that will mean that between now and 2023, we have something on the table that NBA and other organizations can push as agenda to say, we need to get rid of the rascals and we need to be able to address this particular.
we must see this as a
issue.
national emergency to mobilize the Nigerian people against this current set of politicians. We need to clean the slate. We need to get rid of, in my view, at least 80% of those currently active as political leaders by 2023. If we don't, we're done as a country.
Okay, so let me come back to you, Mr. Juku. Your paper is very, very self-explanatory. You've said a lot of very intelligent things and very important things. One of the areas that I want to take you up on is the area of ensuring that citizens take responsibility. What can be done by an organization like NBA? Is it open seminars, workshops? What is it that an organization like NBA can do to help the citizens, to enable them, say that the change begins from their own space?
Thank you very much. I mean, like Yemi said, I mean, you can say it and over and over again. If you don't know you have a right, that's where to start. I mean, the people need to know the options available to them. And yes, I know the Human Rights Commission has a major role to play in sensitizing Nigerians about their rights. And we are doing that to the best of our ability. But this is not what one person can do. The NBA has a role to play there. Every facet of society, like I pointed out, Chapter 2 gives the citizen responsibility. And even the Universal Declaration of Human Rights enjoins all organs of society to use the medium of education, training to create awareness on human rights. So NBA has a Human Rights Committee. Other organizations also should participate in creating this awareness, because you need to know you have a right before you can even look for what to do. If you cannot help yourself, then you can know, where do I go to? The National Human Rights Commission, under my leadership, we have established office in the 36 states of the country. Because I believed when I came into office that if you don't even have a place you can go and lodge your complaint, it is discrimination, it is a disenfranchisement. And NBA and National Human Rights Commission are collaborating in all the 36 states, building synergy, building efforts to see how we can create awareness so that people will now know their right. But you know, this is a very expensive business. Creating awareness is a very, very expensive business. So the social media is there. That's a cheaper way. Then we solicit that also the media has some accountability under the same Chapter 2. The media is, in fact, the only body that is given the charge to make sure that they hold the organs of society accountable to making sure that Chapter 2 is realized. So they need to devote at least every newspaper every day that is published every day, every radio station every day, every television station every day should devote some portion of it to creating awareness about human rights. It will not kill them. You know, everybody has to be geared up towards letting the people know they have a right. And where can you go to get assistance? That's where MBA comes in. For instance, during the NSAS panel, MBA collaborated with the National Human Rights Commission, because we realized that even those who have been injured, for instance, they may not even know how to bring their claims before the panel. And MBA was giving free legal services to those to present their petitions before the panel. And like now we're talking of damages and so on and so forth. The law enforcement agents, all authorities who have a duty to make sure that court judgments are enforced, we need to start this name and shame approach. And by the time we get a contempt charges, you know, against those officials, MBA a National Human Rights Commission, civil society organizations, we put them under pressure and let them know they have to be accountable to the people. And the point is, one successful activity like that has a reverberating effect, because a lot of lack of interest also is, nothing will happen, even if I push for my rights now after all. But when people see those whose rights have been violated and awarded compensation and are paid, it encourages more people to now go to fight for their rights. So example is very, very important.
Okay. Let me swing very quickly back to Yemi because of limited time that we have. So help us understand finding solutions, and finding solutions. Constitution review and amendments has been put on the table, and citizens have to push for it, civil societies. What are the things that you will say 1, 2, 3, possibly up to 4 or 5 that we need to immediately put in place with the help of NBA and other civil society organizations to say that this will help us to ensure that there will be a change come 2023 in the immediate? We're not discussing post 2023.
Thank you. Quickly, I wanted to reference section 18, subsection 3, which says government shall strive to eradicate illiteracy. And to this end, government shall, as and when practicable, provide free university education. This is the clause that ASU uses to shut down universities every so often. And they've been sitting on a 2009 agreement claiming that government signed. I'm not discussing the merits of if they signed or didn't sign or should enforce or not enforce, but if you keep doing the same thing without different results, should we not sit and engage in a different manner? And I bring that up because one, that's under chapter 2. No, it's important because one is under chapter 2. 2, it's part of what Professor Tomi talks about, our collective responsibility. We're basically watching before our very eyes our tertiary education system like completely ruined because a group of people decide they want to stand on this for a government of Nigeria to fund free university education, given our current economy and the number of students that we have. Does not, the thing clearly says here, when practicable, it's not practicable. So that is just an aside again, as where these things possess challenges. Maybe lawyers should help them with this, their argument. But Samson talks about the political elite. I mean, and then is looking for judges and then speaks to judicial conservatism. Yes, it will be, because if your political elite don't particularly care about democratic principles, they will be conservative because they are not trying to push the barriers to set any precedent. So I think we also need to put that in context when we're expecting the judiciary to do something slightly different from their interest. It is tied to the politics of where we are. But lastly, just really want to encourage the NBA, to your point about constitutional amendments. Wednesday and Thursday, the Senate and the House of Representatives will be voting on approximately 68 provisions to amend the Constitution. There are quite a number of them that have to do with the judiciary, timelines for listening to cases, pre-election matters, independence of the judiciary at the State House of Assembly, at the state level. And even if it's just the ones that have to do with the judiciary, for the NBA to have clear positions on how they want people to vote, and then get members of the NBA to call, everybody has one senator and one House of Rep member. Even if that's all you do as your donation to NBA, call your senator, call your House of Rep member, say who you are and say, my interest is for you to vote this way. And it is beautiful because the Constitution requires it to be 2/3, their voting has to be public. So all those, it is not all in favor, say A or N or whatever they do there. They all have to vote. So we know exactly, Honorable Luke that was here this morning, we will know how he voted because it will be counted against his name. So I really want to challenge, even as we're talking about participating in 2023 and the lawyers being more proactive, this is an immediate one now where your voice does matter. Imagine if lawyers start calling their senators and saying vote this way, it carries. And then lastly, to Samson's point, tying it to making it an election issue. So our impunity, lack of respect for the rule of law, and just really starting to make it an election issue by starting to say how you vote on this matters when you come back and say you want to be re-elected. Thank you.
Very good point. That deserves a round of applause because that's a good solution put on the table for all lawyers. And I'm sure Mr. President has listened and the NBA will do something about that. So let me come to you quickly as part of wrapping up now. Cecilia, Amnesty International and the work that you do. What is the level of engagement of Amnesty International? We know what people in government always say about Amnesty International. The only time they talk about it is when somebody has been arrested and Amnesty International says it's not fair or human rights violated. And then they will have a reason to say, oh, amnesty is even foreign, it's not a Nigerian thing. Then they remember it's not a Nigerian thing. But in terms of your engagement with organizations like NBA and other civil society organizations, what can be improved on to get better results going forward?
Thank you. I think it's very, very important for us to push, for instance, for the ratification of the optional protocol to the International Covenant on Economic and Social-Cultural Rights, in the sense that, I mean, this is a special instrument that allows you, when you have your socioeconomic rights violated, it gives you that opportunity to bring a complaint to the UN treaty bodies that you've been denied effective domestic remedy, and then for the UN to step in. We are yet to ratify. Some countries have. This was brought in 2008, but Nigeria is yet to ratify this. We can lobby for the ratification. I also think it's very, very important. The question around involvement of those right holders cannot be undermined. So when we as legal practitioners talk about evidence, you say people's homes have been demolished. What evidence are you bringing forward? Are you actively involving with community members whose rights have been violated to show the court that this actually is a violation of their right to dignity in Chapter 4? So you're using the civil and political rights to protect economic, social, and cultural rights. So how are we bringing this to fore? Judicial education, I cannot overemphasize it. So when I was in law school and when I was in uni undergrad, it wasn't, economic, social, cultural rights was not extremely emphasized. I personally took it upon myself in my postgraduate to say this is something I want to focus on. I think we should, both the undergraduate levels, the law school, continuing legal education, we cannot overemphasize these things, because as everybody has said, if you don't know your rights, you can't demand for it. If you don't know these are rights, you can actively and in a way that is good, kind of like try to push for it. I also think we need to do complementary strategies to litigation. So what am I talking about? Social mobilization. This has been done in South Africa, for instance, mobilizing community members through campaigns, awareness for them as right holders to demand. We must not only just be their mouthpiece, they as well can demand for their rights. So I think that is very, very important. Let them demand because they have a voice, and as right holders, they can hold governments accountable, those they have voted in.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, now let me go to Mr. Pampa. How do we create a critical mass? Because we say that numbers matter. If we can get the numbers in terms of the critical mass that can push aggressively for solutions to be implemented, how do we get that when it comes to people that care about the integrity of the political class, people that care about the integrity of the voters who are going to vote and who are not structured in a way that the only thing they think about is the stomach infrastructure? How do we get them? How do we create them if we don't have them? So that we can then hold politicians to account. We can then have accountability in government, and we can also have clear direction and path that will help to make sure that we can claim our rights under Chapter 2.
Sadly, those who are abusing our rights are able to sit in the middle of the night and agree with each other and come with a common front. But those who want to do good have a sort of arrogance around them and are not willing to work with each other. I think this is an area we have to work very hard on if we're going to see that critical mass occurring. Thank you.
That is short and that is really deep, very deep. So let me come to you then, Samson. Samson, I'm not sure where you are. I won't even disclose where you are. But Samson, so as part of wrapping up now, a lot of young people, young Nigerians are worried that 2023 is coming, and post 2023, their lives will be at risk, their future will be at risk. What are the things that can be done to make sure that we're in a position to say that Chapter 2 can be implemented by all of the things that the lawyers here have discussed, and even the judges who are here, people from the bench have also said a number of things. What can we do to engage our young people to create a level of information that help them in taking decisions so that they can fight for their rights?
So I've heard education, both civic and political education, but this education must do three things. One, it must provide information, because there's need for information on what are the right institutions to engage on these issues. And so if you look at judiciary, you look at National Judicial Council, you look at the National Judicial Service Commission, and as well as the NBA. So people need to understand, what information is required in this case. And quite frankly, we must also recognize the limitations that citizens also have to access these institutions. The second is this information, and whether civic education or political education, must also give hope to Nigerians, particularly young Nigerians, and show that when they engage, they can achieve results. So you look at the whole assent to the electoral bill, which came as a result of active engagement of citizens and different stakeholders. We've seen government, reverse certain policies as a result of citizens' engagement. So we've got to use these stories to inspire young people and Nigerians. And thirdly is around this education, around these rights and the intersectionality of these rights. But I also want to really put this on the table and perhaps reiterate that in trying to make these provisions enforceable, Yemi talked about the voting at the National Assembly in 2 days' time. Something the NBA can do in addition to asking citizens to call is to develop a checklist of these 68 items. And just like politicians do with what they call the mandate list or unity list, you can have those 68 items and tick, the particular clauses where the NBA thinks that the lawmakers should vote. And ahead of the vote on election on Tuesday, on Wednesday or Thursday, ensure that every lawmaker has that particular sheet. So it helps them in voting on the clauses. This approach has worked in all the constitutional review processes that we've experienced, as well as even the votes on the amendments. And Honorable Luke talked about the clause in Chapter 2 that is being proposed for amendment. So I think the NBA can take that quick action, and there are ways you can get this across to members of the National Assembly. And the last critical point is we've got to make this an election issue. We have to politicize this issue as much as possible, raise the salience, and it will do two things. One, it will enhance the quality of citizens' participation in the 2023 elections. And then that has a catalytic effect on sustaining their engagement beyond the elections. So we don't just provide information on how to vote and then make them feel that after the elections, they should go back and just sit back and fold their hands, but they sustain their engagement with the political process beyond elections.
Thank you very much, Samson. Let me come to Mr. Wale Fakunda, the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice. In your case, what I'll be asking you is, you're wrapping up 8 years in office as Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Ekiti State. And the election will be coming up soon. What are the lessons that you have learned that you are happy to share with the House here and with the entire NBA and even Nigerians, that you think if you have another 4 years or another 8 years, or even if you're not going to ever be in public office again, these are the things you'll be saying we need to correct, and these are the solutions based on your lessons?
Thank you again for another difficult question. My immediate thoughts are, number one, we need a lot more progressive-minded people in government. It is otherwise, as I said previously, it's not going to happen. There are too few people in government, and it's not just an Ekiti thing alone, it's a national thing. There are too few progressive minds in government to make that change. Look around. If you look at the states that are really doing appreciably well today, they are either those that you have lawyers as governors, or you have sound academics. Rivers, for example, people may not agree with how Governor Wike speaks, especially if you're on the other side, like I am on. But nobody can dispute the fact that he has done tremendously well in terms of infrastructure for the people of River States. Same thing, Plateau is the governor is a lawyer. Again, if there's anything that he has done well, he just manage the different tendencies in that state. So, Sokoto State, the Honorable Attorney was one of the panelists previously. The tremendous work he continues to do in Sokoto State. And in the realm of the academics too, look at Borno, the way the professor is governing Borno. And of course, my state, Ekiti State, where you have an intellectual governor. So we need a critical mass of a lot more persons who can make the change. I'm not sure that is going to happen overnight, because despite everything my former colleagues in civil society still advocate about, money, sadly, is still the language of politics. Now, if I can conclude by what I think the NBA should do, given the voting on the constitutional amendment process that comes up in 2 days' time, I agree absolutely with Yemi that the NBA should now articulate the issues. I believe the president is already thinking along those lines. Articulate the issues that will be that the members of parliament, both in the Senate and the House of Representatives, should focus on. Hopefully, they will listen, but at the very least, I think NBA should try. I agree also with Yemi that the lawyers across the more than 100 branches should call to take the lead in calling their MPs. I'm already calling mine now. His number is engaged. I'll keep calling. And I think it's also important to know that it doesn't stop at the National Assembly. The conversation is going to shift to the states very soon. And that is where we often drop the ball. Once the razzmatazz in National Assembly starts and stops, people forget that the state is really where some of the debates should really happen. So the MPs should also do more in empowering its branches in the states to do a lot more in terms of engaging the process at the state level. Let me conclude finally by saying that I had a lot of Attorney General bashing in the course of both the first and this session. And I've said severally, it's not true. People look at one or two attorneys and said, they are all the same. It is not true. Across the 36 states today, you have attorneys general that are really making a change and turning things around. What is important, though, let many more of us who think they can do the job better than us come on board. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take like 3 or 4 questions, and then we have to close. It has to be questions. I can say just quick questions, not comments, quick questions.
Comment, Olawale Okuni. For me, the foundation be faulty. What can the righteous do? That is the case of Nigeria. My question to seek clarification is about, can you, by way of amending the 1999 Constitution, make a people's concern out of it. Somebody may want to answer, but I think that I would have wanted a Professor Ben Nwabweze or Chief Afe Babalola in the House, because they have advocated that the 1999 Constitution is foisted as a military decree. And that is the problem against the enforceability of
we
the
have to move
1999
on now
Constitution.
because we've got just about 4 questions we can take. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Next, yes, the gentleman. I'll come to the center in a minute. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sorry, just before you speak, I will need one of the lady lawyers to please ask a question. It will be good. It will be good to get a representative. Please go ahead, sir.
Hello. The letter son, Ojukwu, talked about the enforceability of judgments, particularly where the government is judgment debtor. And I think Madam Amnesty also mentioned it. That's the best way. You see, unfortunately, what I identified it as, unfortunately, we are not addressing the cause of that problem. We are not addressing the root cause, which is Section 84(1) of Sheriffs and Civil Processes Act. Nobody is mentioning it. Whenever we talk about
it in the first session.
Oh, it has been mentioned. Then my question is.
We move on to the gentleman
Okay,
at the
thank
back.
you.
Then. There's another man on that. Okay. You've got
Yes,
the
okay.
microphone
It's
here.
No problem.
Yeah.
The reason why we are where we are as a country is because impunity thrives. And now the question to Leonard Silk, the chairman, National Human Rights Commission, is there any inhibition to you building a database, a register of violators, so that we can begin to populate your office with those instances and incidences of violations, so that when it's time to take action, we know how to generate that very quickly and we know what to do then. But right now, it seems as if we don't even have any such information in one place. If the federal government has violated or failed to obey 100 judgments, we need to have somewhere we can go to get that information and then hold them accountable some other day. Thank you.
The last one, there's a gentleman right behind him. Oh, well, I'll take the lady first, if you don't mind, sir. There's a lady. Okay, I'll take you. Go ahead, and then we'll take the lady to wrap it up. Thank you. Please go ahead. Go on. You're standing already.
Okay. Thank you very much, and good afternoon. Moving forward, I mean, this is a very insightful session that we have had, and I'm wondering, what can the NBA do, starting from right now? For instance, the bill that is going to be deliberated upon, somebody already mentioned it. From today, what can the NBA do? The National Human Rights Commission, you have said a lot of people don't even know their rights. How can we help the society to know their rights? And from today, can we begin to actually take action and move in the right direction? 2023 is just around the corner. We are late already, but I think we can still do something meaningful. Thank you very much.
Okay, the gentleman there.
My question will be, or comment will be directed at Professor Tommy, who has been in the political space, especially from a very young age. And it's important that in the light of the fact that the Electoral Act has just been assented to, and certain innovations have come into place. But I think the crux of the issue at hand has to do with the people who occupy political office, the quality of people who occupy political office. We're a nation that lacks consequences. And I think that it's important that we create conversations that address the quality of people who are running for political office, who become governors, who appoint attorney generals, who take decisions that appoint judges.
And your question will be?
So my question, in essence, is we're talking about justiciability and things that flow from it. But in the light of the judgment that banned someone popular who happened to be a lawyer also from holding political office, does that provide a leeway for certain public interest litigation to happen, where we can now stop certain people who come out to seek political office on the grounds that they do not have the pedigree, even if they are qualified under the law, under the rules, but as a result of their pedigree? Do we have that leeway to do that? Is that a conversation that we're open to having?
Okay, thank you very much. That will be all the questions we'll be taking. At the end of it, I'm going to put the president on the spot with regards to the things that's being put on the table. But I'll let those on the panel help us conclude. Your response, especially, yeah.
But very quickly, I think it's very important that civil society play a role in essentially evaluating all people who make themselves available to be considered for public office. I give an example all the time of South Korea and how the Electoral Commission there changed the course of the country's history. They decided that there were lots of what I would call them money bags, or people who were muscling their way into public life without the appropriate credentials, if you will. So they decided that debates would be central to aspiration. And so you debate on the streets, you debate in gyms, you debate everywhere, get to television. The people who could not, who didn't have the appropriate preparation, immediately began to disappear from the scene. And I think that is a very important thing that we can learn here. But the role of civil society, and the bar is a critical player here, in essentially saying these are the antecedents of this person. They make this person inappropriate. The BNP, RMP, the Usman Bugaje initiative is supposed to focus primarily on this. What are the basic acceptable minimums for any position in our country? Does this person meet them? And we should take this very seriously, because it has hurt us a lot, that we don't have those kinds of criteria and we don't judge people. But to come to the major point that's been raised here, this is one of the important roles that I think lawyers can play. You can litigate anything. I love Gani Fawehinmi so much because I think that few people contributed to institution building in this country like him, because he would litigate issues and the boundaries will begin to emerge. I think that anytime somebody we think should not be running shows up, people should go to court and say, this man, this woman is not qualified for public office. And I think we'll get a lot of people running away rather than running for office.
I think I'll pick up on the constitution question. No, it doesn't make it a people's constitution.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're wrapping up. So please, let's just do as excellently well as we've done from the very beginning as we wrap up. Thank you. Yemi?
So no, it doesn't make it a people's constitution, but in the absence of a people's constitution, or until we get a people's constitution, we must engage the constitution that we have, because it's the legal framework for the country. We're discussing chapter 2 and going to court about it. But if we sit here and they're going to vote tomorrow or in 2 days about if we can have independent candidature, and we say because it's not the people's constitution, we don't engage, we lose out. If we sit and say because it's not the people's constitution, we don't engage on diaspora voting, we lose out. So until then, we will amend.
Thank you. Mr. Juku, please.
Thank you very much. Some specific questions have been asked on the issue of database of those who have disobeyed court orders. From the panel on SARS alone, what we have is more than 100. And that is issue on cases of torture. But having raised this question now, I think the National Human Rights Commission will be happy to collaborate with NBA so that we can have a database of all the cases that have not been obeyed. That is very critical. On the issue of our leaders and how to engage in the 2023 election, I think part of the debate should be on rule of law. And I think NBA can play a leadership role on that. NBA can collaborate with those who organize the debates for politicians so that there can be, somebody can be there to monitor the content of these politicians answering to what they can do about the issues of rule of law. Or NBA can organize its own debate for every politician, from the president to the governors to the members of the National Assembly, and focus on their on what solution they have to rule of law issues. I think that is very, very critical. Look at the Electoral Act. The way we choose our leaders in this country is a major problem. We have the best human resource in the world, better than America. But are we using our best? Just because, like Professor Partotomi said, hoodlums just jumped into politics in 1999 because the same people felt they were not ready to, get into the jungle which Babangida has set up in postponing all transition and so on and so forth. And they have so entrenched themselves. Look at the little effort that was made in the Electoral Act to make sure that primaries are followed instead of the delegate system, which is one of the ways you can really use to debunk these money backs. Look at the pushback from the governors to make sure that that provision did not. That was why substantially the Electoral Act was not signed by the president, and that was one effort that was made to see whether we can have decent people, the real people, come back, not a money bag, hijacking all the delegates, camping them in a hotel, and give them 1 million, and of course the votes are done. So we need to get back to that. And I think the National Assembly tried, but they seem to have buckled again. But we keep on trying. And then the issue of how we can wrestle our government back from these guys who have hijacked the government. MBA has to play a leading role. In any society where MBA does not play its role, it's going to be a challenge. One, people are afraid of lawyers because lawyers can take you to court. So we need to be able to use our public interest litigation to see how we can wrestle our government back from these people who have hijacked it. Thank you very much.
Quick question. Your turn. Final word, please, Mr. Arasiala.
Right. I'll just say that I'm going to say what the Honorable Justice Okorie once said, that it is not enough that we have these rights documented in books. They must be functional in the lives of people, and it requires a higher level of aggression they were given to it. I hope this won't just be the normal talk, but we'll walk the talk after this. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Papa.
Yeah, I want to support the idea of the database that was mentioned again by Chief Ojukwu. I think that is very important, because if the public knew and it got into public debates, then it will end up in the political debate as well. If we could make it an issue of media debates, then we could make it a thing.
Is that going to be a tripartite arrangement now? NBA and HRMC?
Well, we are certainly ready if there's any role we can play.
Okay.
Yes, certainly.
All right.
Yes.
Samson, very quickly, your final word before we go to Mr. Fakonda. Samson, if you're still there.
Yeah, so today makes it 363 days to the 2023 general elections. INEC has issued notice of elections today, which marks the official commencement of activities. The political parties will commence primaries between April 4th to 3rd of June. So we're actually do not have time. So whatever we need to do to raise the salience of whether rule of law, constitutionalism as part of the elections or the quality of leaders, the time to do that was yesterday. Thank you.
Finally, Mr. Fakonda, your final word.
I agree and adopt all that the distinguished panelists have said. I thank SPIDEL for the privilege of participating. I thank you.
Thank you very much. But just before we go, I'm putting the president on the spot with regards to the issue of the voting in the National Assembly this week. Is NBA choosing to do anything to help ensure the direction that the voting will go? It's been raised by several people here.
Thank you, Kari. I don't know what else we can do. We have sent in our memo, we've sent in our comments, we've sent in our proposals. We have also tried to ensure, is Onofio still in the room, the Honorable? We've tried to ensure that our members, you know, the lawyers, there are quite a number of us in the National Assembly. We've tried to make them understand what we think the direction of travel should be. But I tend to be a practical person, you know, it's beyond all of that, maybe it's out of our hands at the moment. All we can do is to ensure that we put pressure on each and every one of them as they go into the proceedings of tomorrow. But most of the work has been done before today with regard to where we think we should be on quite a number of issues. Take autonomy of the financial autonomy of the judiciary, for example. We have pushed and we have told them what we think is you see all the manifestations everywhere, but it's a deep constitutional problem that it must be fixed at the level of the constitution regarding funding of the judiciary and all of that. So that, for example, one point we have raised with them. These matters are our collective responsibility, and we need to push hard. So on our part, we have been up and doing. Dr. Tunde Ajibade, who heads our Judiciary Committee, our Constitutional Review Committee, have worked together to try to pass on that message to them. Will they listen? Will they listen? It's another matter entirely.
What I said, I think you were out of the room, and I think just to follow up on that.
There's another point?
No, on the same one. So
yes.
Beyond the NBA's collective memo I'm pushing, which it is fantastic, but even just letting members of the NBA, not in the National Assembly, in the larger body across the country, understand that everybody has one senator, one House of Rep member. And so if this is NBA's position, maybe sharing the memo, maybe whatever it is, or the checklist of the different provisions, this is our position as an organization on these issues. For your senator and your House of Rep member, call them and let them know that as an NBA member, I am calling you as my representative, vote this way. So I think in addition to a collective pressure, individual pressure on individuals that represent people would also go a long way as well and get them engaged in the process. So it's not just leadership that's doing something.
That's a good point, and you're correct. We were looking more in terms of pushing our lawyer members, right, to do the same thing. But you are right, everybody should get our lawyers to call their reps. But I was thinking in terms of pushing the lawyers in there also and telling, like I said, trying to show what we think the direction should be. But you're right, in addition to that, you know, just citizenship responsibility, the lawyers playing their own role too. Thank you very much. Executive Secretary, I have one from you.
I wanted to support my president. I think the National Human Rights Commission can collaborate with you. We can do two things. One, we can address a press conference tomorrow telling all the lawyers or telling all the members of the National Assembly where NBA would expect them to throw in their weight. That's one. Secondly, we can also take advertorials in two national dailies, one covering the northern part of the country, one covering the southern part of the country, where we also list all the areas NBA had done memos earlier, indicating clearly the position of NBA and expecting that members of the National Assembly should vote along that line, so that the position of NBA is very clear. And the National Human Rights Commission will support you financially for that.
Mr. President, can I add? Thank you very much. Mr. President, can I add? Can I add, Mr. Sampson? Yes.
Sampson, please proceed.
Yeah, so I think that there's a lot you can still do. If possible, if you can show up on the day they vote with your team or the executive, you're quite popular. Your presence matters a lot. You see the president's wife showed up at the National Assembly last week to put pressure on the members to vote for the reserve seats. But to the point I made earlier about the checklist, just like you have unity list during party primaries, on the day they vote, that same document which Chief Ojukwu talked about, the advertorials, can we get them across to all the members when at the morning before they vote, so it guides them as they vote? I tell you, different caucuses within the National Assembly will have this list, and most of the members will be guided, by this list, because when you have over 68 items being voted upon, there are just a few of them that will attract a lot of debate. So I think in addition to the advertorials, let's have printed copies that can be delivered to all the members the morning that they will be voting in both chambers.
Thank you, Samson. Thank you very much.
So, Mr. President, you have your work cut out for you.
We'll get to work immediately. Now that we have the backing, we have support. So executive secretary knows that I won't let him leave this room until we sort it out. But yeah, we'll do that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a massive round of applause, because this has been a very productive conversation, town hall debate. Please, a big round of applause, especially for this panelist. And then I'll say a big round of applause to all of you who have been here from this morning. Some people have been here as early as 9 a.m. Please, a big round of applause for all of you. So I want to say thank you on behalf of all of those who have been here, including those who joined us online, Mr. Fakunda in Ekiti and Samson Itodo, I guess he's in Abuja. I'll say thank you, Mr. Pampa. Thank you, Mr. Rosiola, Chief Ojukwu, Professor Patutomi, and of course, my dear sister and very good friend, Yemi Adamoleko. Everybody, I say thank you. My name is Kaide Akintemi. This has been a very rewarding conversation. I'll be so excited to come from anywhere in the world to join a conversation like this anytime, whenever my brother calls me, Olumide Akpata, I will be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's applaud our panel discussants one more time. There'll be a group photograph. We will go for lunch in about 5 minutes. We will wrap this up very shortly, but not before we take the vote of thanks. Please, let's just hold on a few minutes. President, please join. President of the Bar Association, Nigerian Bar Association, Chairman, NBA SPIDEL, and General Secretary, NBA, please join as well. Thank you very much. Please, let's spare 3 more minutes. It will soon be lunchtime, but just a quick announcement before lunch. We have meal tickets for our delegates by the registration stand. Please take your meal tickets before you proceed for lunch. But we will wrap up in 2 minutes approximately, so please hold on.